Hey guys, tonight's tale starts not with a crown or a castle, but with stew bubbling in a cauldron that tastes like thyme, smoke, and questionable DNA. You sit in a circle of relatives who all have your face, your laugh, and unfortunately, your taste in terrible decisions. Someone proposes to a cousin mid-dinner, someone else sings in a key that doesn't exist, and you realize you're not in a family tree, you're in a family knot. But before you get too cozy, take a second to gently tap that new hype button YouTube just added. It really does help little guys like me push through the algorithm. And take a second to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy this strange little corner of quiet storytelling. And drop a comment with where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's strangely comforting to know who else is drifting off with us around the world. Now get comfortable, let the day melt away, and we'll drift back together into the quiet corners of the past. You arrive somewhere between a sneeze and a thunderclap, with a squawk that sounds less like a baby and more like a goose discovering poetry. The midwife blinks, hands you to your mother, and mutters something about lineage, breath, and divine comedy. You're wrapped in a blanket that smells like old wool, soft onions, and destiny. Your mother looks down at you, then over at your father, then up at the ceiling beams where spiders have woven what might be a family crest. She names you after a saint, 2 cousins, and a barrel of wine that survived the last flood. It's a name that doesn't so much roll off the tongue as tumble violently across it, leaving bruises. Your father signs the birth scroll with a proud scrawl, then adds 4 more surnames, just in case. The scribe pauses. He reads the scroll again. He asks if these are all your names or a shopping list. Your uncle, who is also your godfather and possibly your cousin, depending on how you read the margins, tells him to mind his ink. You are, after all, a woman of pedigree. A pedigree that has, unfortunately, looped back on itself several times and now resembles a decorative knot rather than anything resembling a linear descent. The villagers come to see you. They bring gifts, bread, mostly bread, 1 turnip, and a necklace made entirely of buttons with faces carved into them. The buttons are family heirlooms. Each one has a story. Each one also looks suspiciously like the same person. You stare at them with a seriousness far too old for your gums. The village agrees. You are definitely a child of the clan. There's a familiarity in your brow. The same arch seen in portraits, woodcuts, and that one tapestry in the chapel no one talks about because the eyes move. The priest blesses you with holy water that smells like ale. He whispers a prayer for strength, then another for clarity, and a third that sounds more like a plea for genetic mercy. He's interrupted by your grandmother, who insists on doing her own blessing involving garlic, 3 sneezes, and a spoon. The priest bows out. The spoon stays. You grow in fits and stumbles. Your legs work before your neck. Your voice develops before your teeth. You bite anyway. At 3 months, you throw your first tantrum because someone tries to swaddle you with a different family's crest. The audacity. At 6 months, you say your first word, again. No one's sure what it refers to, but it's accurate. By your first birthday, you've been held by over 40 relatives. Half of them are named Gertie. The other half are arguing over which side of the family your chin came from. The chin in question is formidable. Singular. It juts proudly from your jaw like a cliff face, daring the sea to crash against it. Your mother says it's from her mother's line. Your father insists it's a throwback to his great-granduncle who headbutted a horse and won. The truth is simpler. Everyone in 9, your family has the same chin. It's the only feature strong enough to survive 5 generations of marrying people who look like they've seen themselves before. The village starts calling you Little Wreath, not because you're delicate or floral, but because the family tree stopped branching and started circling long before you were born. You are the latest loop in a long garland of repetition. Your grandmother proudly announces you have the eyes of your aunt and the smile of your second cousin twice removed, who was, briefly, also your step-grandfather. You clap. When you toddle, you do so with determination and a suspicious gait that suggests ancestral memory. Your feet carry you to the same bucket everyone in your bloodline has tripped over at least once. You don't trip. You kick it. The village notes this as a sign. The baker's wife says, "You're destined for greatness," or havoc. Either way, she hides her ladle. Your hair comes in thick, wild, and with a stubborn curl that resists both combs and reason. The blacksmith swears it's the exact same pattern as your father's, and your father's father, and the uncle who once set his beard on fire trying to kiss a candle. You've never met him, but when shown a portrait, you frown. The same frown he wore while being extinguished with a bucket of cider. At 2, you start speaking in full sentences. Your sentences are mostly observations about chickens, the weather, and who in the house smells different. You are correct every time. At 3, you ask why everyone in the family has the same nose. There is silence. Then someone coughs. Then your mother hands you a biscuit. You eat it slowly, watching everyone carefully. You are learning, absorbing, plotting. On feast days, you are dressed in all the family colors. Brown, slightly darker brown, and red if someone spills something. You are paraded around the square like a particularly well-behaved potato. Everyone pinches your cheeks. You bite 2 fingers and 1 elbow. The townsfolk cheer. By 4, you can recite your full name without blinking. It takes 6 minutes. The chickens fall asleep halfway through. You wear the feet like a crown, one made of bread crust and sheer audacity. The baker gives you a bun in tribute. You accept without thanks. You are not the first of your kind, but you are the newest, the freshest echo in a hall of familiar sounds. When you smile, it is not your smile. It is your mother's, your cousin's, your grandfather's, your own. It stretches across time like a reflection in still water, a little warped, a little wild, entirely yours, and so you grow, wrapped in layers of shared noses, borrowed ears, and that one spectacular chin. The family watches, the village whispers, the trees do not branch, but you bloom. The invitation arrives written on the back of an old tax scroll, repurposed and smelling faintly of onions and dried ale. It reads, "Family Gathering, 3rd moon of the lambing season, BYO chair." And you know what that means. Cousins will arrive in droves. Names will repeat, like a hymn no one remembers starting. Someone will cry before the stew cools. Someone else will be kissed by accident, and then, possibly on purpose. You prepare emotionally by stuffing your ears with lint and your heart with patience. It will not be enough. The meadow's been cleared and then recluttered with folding stools, crates, and at least one suspiciously elegant chair that no one owns but everyone sits in. The seating chart, drawn in charcoal on the ground, is a circle, not metaphorically, a perfect loop of names and placements, winding around itself like a snake with a surname. At the center is a cauldron of stew and a woman named Merville, who exists only during reunions and smells strongly of horseradish. She stirs like it's a religious experience. The stew bubbles with the sort of confidence only possessed by things that should not bubble. You arrive with your contribution. 2 pickled eggs, the jug of water that was wine until last night, and a wary expression. You are immediately hugged by 4 people with the same eyes and different intentions. One of them might be your second cousin, or your first something else, depending on how the moon lands this year. They hand you a meat pie. You don't ask what's in it. You bite, chew, nod. It's best not to know. Uncle Cousin Hark is already tuning his lute. Every string sounds like it wants to be somewhere else. He hums a melody that may or may not be the same one he hummed during the funeral, the harvest dance, and that one unfortunate baptism. He claims it's ancestral. He also claims he once courted a baroness, but most people think he just kissed a goose in a hat. He winks at you. You nod cautiously. Aunt Sister Joan arrives late. dragging a cart and an air of defiance. She wears a dress that might once have been red and now resembles emotional exhaustion. Her pie is steaming, glistening, and vaguely hissing. She places it directly beside the stew with a flourish and a whispered prayer. No one asks her who she's praying to. She doesn't say. The pie is accepted. So is she. You find your place in the circle between someone who might be your half-niece and a man named Thrum, who always smells like wax and despair. The conversation flows like weak cider, fizzy, sharp, and more dangerous than it looks. Someone asks about your job. You don't have one. You say you're between purposes. They nod solemnly, as though this is a respectable trade. Around the circle, stories begin. Great Uncle Pell recounts the tale of the goat uprising of 09, which didn't happen but is treated like it did. A child screams about a beetle in their bread. The beetle is removed, then added to someone's collection. A woman with your nose but none of your patience declares that her son will be king of something one day. No one corrects her. The boy is currently licking a rock. The stew is served. It tastes like time, smoke, and personal history. Someone claims they can taste the marrow of their ancestors. Someone else asks if that's a compliment. Merville swats a ladle in their direction without looking. Her aim is perfect. The children scatter like unrepentant sparrows. Laughter rises. So does mild tension. A whispered accusation about pie theft is launched and deflected with a compliment about someone's new mole. A cousin proposes marriage to a girl who shares his surname and his eyebrows. She accepts with the enthusiasm of someone who knows the family won't let her leave anyway. They toast with turnip wine and trip over a sleeping dog. The dog doesn't flinch. He has seen things. The sun begins to dip behind the chapel roof, throwing long shadows that look suspiciously like family secrets. You catch yourself staring at the circle, how it curves, how it bends, how it never really ends. No corners, no sharp edges. Just more faces that look like yours and talk like your grandmother. You don't know if that's comfort or doom, possibly both. Uncle Cousin Hark starts a song. It's in a key that doesn't exist. Everyone joins in. The harmony is less musical and more emotional. A battle cry from a family that refuses to separate, even when they probably should. You sing too. You don't know the words. No one does. The tune just lives in the marrow. As night falls, the lanterns are lit, most of them crooked, a few on fire. The pie has been reduced to crumbs and suspicion. The stew is down to a thick whisper. Children sleep in laps that might not belong to their parents. Elders lean back and talk about the weather like it owes them something. You watch the fire crackle at the center of the circle. You don't feel alone. You don't feel safe either. You feel witnessed, entirely seen by a sea of eyes that know your name before you say it, because it used to be theirs, or their sisters, or their husband's goats. This is your family, round as the moon, tangled as thread, unending as the gossip. You pull your cloak tighter and eat the last bite of pie. It crunches. No one questions the sound. It begins with a shared pear. He offers it to you across the courtyard, cheeks sunburned and hands dusty from picking the wrong kind of mushrooms all morning. You're not hungry, but you take it because he looks at you like you're something grand, like a festival or a comet or a bread loaf that turned out just right. You bite into the pear, and it's mealy, but you smile anyway. He grins back, a crooked, too familiar grin that matches yours in slope and mischief. You feel something shift in your ribs. You will later identify it as attraction or indigestion, possibly both. His name is Thomwell, which sounds like a noise someone makes after tripping. He's taller than you by half a finger, smells like mint leaves and damp socks, and once chased a goose with a ladle because it insulted his mother. You liked that about him. Not the goose thing, specifically, but the dedication. It takes a certain kind of spirit to hold a grudge on behalf of someone who's also your aunt. You find yourselves together more often after the pear, in the orchard, throwing stones at clouds. By the river, skipping rocks and pretending they're sins. Near the chapel, not praying but hiding from people who expect things of you. His voice is low and warm and carries the faint rasp of puberty trying its best. Yours cracks when you laugh too hard, which he makes happen often. It's dizzying. He listens when you speak, really listens, with his whole face, which is unfortunate because it is, undeniably, your face too. One evening, as the sky bruises purple and the air smells like moss and something distant burning, he says, "We get each other, don't we?" You nod, and the nod means too much. It means yes, and always, and probably something ancestral you can't name. He leans closer. You feel the air change. It holds its breath. Then he kisses you. It is not dramatic. No sweeping music, no moonlight approval. Just a soft press of mouths, and one of you steps on a beetle. You both flinch. The kiss ends. The beetle does not survive. Neither does your sense of clear familial boundaries. You lie awake that night trying to count how related you are. He is your mother's brother's daughter's son, or something worse. You think about charts and branches and quickly realize your family tree has been trimmed so often it now resembles a wreath, one with little room for new names or reasonable decisions. Still, you think of his hands, his laugh, his stupid mushroom stories. Your heart flips like it doesn't know how to read the genealogy. The next morning, you avoid him by pretending to care about embroidery. You stab a needle into linen and almost into your finger. The bloodstain looks like a question mark. You interpret it as cosmic permission. By midsummer, it's no longer a secret. You and Thamwell are spotted near the stables, sitting too close, laughing at nothing, exchanging a pear with too much ceremony. Word travels like fire in dry thatch. Aunt Mother Blythe corners you with a face full of sternness and disbelief. "You can't," she hisses. She trails off, counting on her fingers, then her toes, then a nearby child's toes. She fails to finish the sentence. "You love who you love," Thamwell says when you bring it up later. He shrugs, like the laws of decency and basic genetics are mere suggestions. "Besides," he adds, "we have good noses." And you do. Strong, noble noses. Identical. When you stand beside each other, it looks like someone copied and pasted half your face. This should concern you more. Your grandmother finds out and simply sighs. "She's seen worse," she says. "She married her cousin and he turned out fine, aside from the incident with the duck and the poorly timed sneeze." She tells you to be careful, then hands you a jar of pickled something and a wink that smells like conspiracy. There's a festival. You and Thamwell dance. It's awkward and lopsided and joyful. The fiddler plays too fast, your skirt tears, someone throws a beat, and you are wildly, unreasonably happy. You tell yourself it's the music. It's not. Later, under the stars, he whispers that he wants to build a life with you. You imagine a small cottage, slightly crooked, full of books, goats, and extremely confusing dinner conversations. Children with sturdy chins and terrible maps to navigate their family tree. You don't say yes. You don't say no. You just lean your head on his shoulder and listen to the sound of your own breath inside his chest. It's not the kind of love songs are written about. There's no glory here, no sweeping victories or tragic duels, just stolen pears, long walks, too much sameness in the cheekbones. But it's yours. Twisted, tangled, maybe doomed. Still, somehow, tender. You fall in love like your ancestors farmed, close to home, within limits, and despite all better judgment, and you don't stop. The project begins with optimism. There's parchment, ink, a borrowed goose feather, and a village scribe named Larton who insists, loudly, that he has a gift for order. You sit at a table flanked by two of your great-aunts who are also each other's nieces. A crowd gathers, not out of curiosity, but hunger, for clarity, drama, and maybe a biscuit. Everyone agrees it's time to figure out who belongs to who begat whom, and who needs to stop calling themselves royalty on feast days. The first scholar arrives from the abbey, robes smelling of vellum and worry. He squints at your family names, scratches his scalp with a quill, and mutters something about divine punishment. The second scholar arrives mid-morning with a stack of genealogy scrolls and a deeply misplaced sense of hope. The third is dragged in by mule cart from the next shire over. She drinks half a pitcher of cider, stares at the existing notes, and declares, "This isn't a tree, it's a bowl of snakes." Still, they try. Branches are drawn, erased, redrawn. Names are repeated, sometimes thrice, under different spellings, with notes like possibly same person or died twice. Arrows start looping back. Margins are filled with question marks, tiny sketches of people holding hands, and one depiction of a man marrying what may be his own reflection. The ink runs, the paper tears. A baby cries in the background, possibly in protest, possibly in recognition. You contribute what you can. Your mother's maiden name, which she kept even after marrying her second cousin, who also had it. Your father's family crest, featuring a goose rampant over a turnip. The names of your half-siblings, who are also your third cousins, and, in 2 cases, your neighbors. Larton listens, nods, and sobs quietly into his ledger. By midday, the chart spans 3 tables, 1 bench, and the side of a chicken coop. The coop owner complains until someone traces her own name into the chart 5 times in a row, which silences her. The village watches from under trees and atop barrels, murmuring in awe as their own names appear. Connect. Double back. One child points at a line and says, "That's my mum, and also my aunt." No one contradicts him. The scholars begin to argue. The first insists that the diagram is cursed. The second claims it proves divine humor. The third has given up and is drawing spirals in the dirt with a stick, whispering "it never ends" to a beetle. The parchment flutters in the breeze, tangled with ribbons of surnames, overlapping marriages, and footnotes that have become entire biographies. It's beautiful, in the way a collapsing tapestry might be if it were also somehow humming. At last, Larton stands, hair wild, eyes full of ink and futility. "It cannot be called a tree," he says. "Trees have direction. Trees grow up." He gestures to the sprawling inward curling diagram. This grows, inward. It feeds itself. It eats its own roots. He slaps a hand down on the largest coil in the chart. It's a spiral. There's a long silence. Then someone claps. The name sticks. The spiral. It's repeated with reverence and fear, like a spell or a warning or an accidental prophecy. Children peek at it and shriek. Elders pretend they don't understand it, then argue about it anyway. One man faints. The spiral becomes legend within the hour. Then the fire starts. It's not clear who lights it. Some say it's the third scholar, finally broken by the phrase, "double great niece wife." Others blame the wind, or divine intervention, or that one baby who was caught chewing on the corner labeled "forbidden branches." Either way, the flames rise fast. The parchment curls, blackens, and cracks apart. Names vanish in smoke. Faces drawn in the margins melt into soot. The coop catches too, briefly, sending one disgruntled hen into a panic spiral of her own. No one tries to stop it. The villagers watch in silence as the spiral burns. There's no cheering. No mourning either. Just the kind of quiet usually reserved for eclipses and tax day. You stand near the edge, the heat brushing your cheeks, the names of your ancestors rising like incense. You feel light, untethered, slightly singed. When it's over, Larton sighs, then collects the one surviving piece of the chart, a smudged corner that simply says, "Maybe don't." He folds it into his sleeve. The scholars leave without speaking. The villagers wander off in small groups, each with a slightly deeper understanding of themselves and a much stronger urge to move further uphill. You walk home with ashes in your hair and no clear idea of where you begin and where your family ends. But something inside you feels calm. Not everything has to be mapped. Some things are better left spiraling, especially when they're you. The first time they tell you you're engaged, you're holding a spoon and contemplating the physics of porridge. Your grandmother claps her hands so hard a bird falls off the roof. Your mother wipes her eyes like someone just handed her a saint in a basket. Your father looks at the floor with the blank approval of a man who's never said no to anything louder than a turnip. The boy you're supposed to marry is standing next to the hearth, clutching a loaf of bread like it's a weapon or a dowry. He's got thick eyebrows, a nervous smile, and the posture of someone who knows this isn't really his idea but also isn't willing to die about it. You're 10. Your fiancé is 12 and already growing a mustache that looks like something died on his lip. He says your name like he practiced it on a goose. You nod. He nods. Someone throws petals. They stick to the butter on your chin. You have not yet learned what love feels like, but you now know it smells like boiled cabbage and obligation. The party is held in the neighbor's barn because your family home is still recovering from last week's indoor archery mishap. There are pies of uncertain content, mead diluted with more mead, and one lute that never stops playing even when no one is near it. You wear a crown of flowers that wilts halfway through the toast, and the boy gives you a rock shaped vaguely like a heart. You give him a dead caterpillar you found in your cloak pocket. You are, by all accounts, betrothed. No one asks if you want this. They just assume you are the right age for alliances, and your blood is thick with repetition. His blood is also yours, in a roundabout way that no one is willing to calculate out loud. The match is logical. Your noses are compatible. The priest blesses the union with a wink and a spoonful of jam. You spend the next few years ignoring it. Your betrothed goes off to apprentice with a beekeeper, which you consider both brave and cowardly. You learn embroidery, herbal lore, and how to convincingly fall asleep during family meetings. Life hums, along like a sheep with no direction but plenty of wool. Then, at 13, you are summoned to your own engagement party again. You do not remember agreeing to a second one. You assume this is a clerical error or a prank. You arrive in a dress that doesn't quite fit, your hair plaited with nervousness. The barn is decorated again, this time with actual effort. There are ribbons, fresh bread, and someone made a cake shaped like a swan. The swan looks concerned. You recognize the groom instantly. It's not the same boy from before, but he has the same eyebrows and the same last name. You realize, with a creeping sense of familial déjà vu, that this is the original fiancé's younger brother, the one who used to eat bees for attention. He grins at you like he's won something, and you suppose he has. The guests clap again. Someone pushes you forward. You try to speak, but it comes out in the form of a small cough and a larger grimace. The priest announces this as delight. The crowd agrees. You take your place beside the cake, which is sweating under the weight of its own symbolic bird. Then the door opens, and a child version of yourself walks in. She's 6. She's sticky. She's holding a basket of flowers and wearing your first engagement dress, cut down and clumsily restitched. She looks around with wide eyes, then directly at you. You blink. She waves. You wave back because what else does one do when confronted with one's younger self being used as ceremonial decor? Someone leans in and whispers, "She's the flower girl." A nice touch. You stare at her again. She sneezes into the petals. The crowd melts. You are now the bride. You are also, somehow, the flower girl. The rest of the evening proceeds in a haze of repetition and mild dread. You accept a ring made of braided hair. You dance with your new old groom while a relative plays the same wedding tune backward. You eat cake that tastes like regret and lemon. The child you spills, half her basket, and then sits in it, beaming. She doesn't know what's happening, and neither do you. When the night ends, You return home with another rock, another wilted crown, and a new name written in chalk on your door. The family celebrates. They say, "Third time's the charm." You remind them this is only the second. They look at each other and laugh. Your great-aunt Galfrida is the sort of woman who casts a shadow even when the sun isn't out. She enters rooms like she owns them, which she often does, and speaks in a tone that implies punctuation is optional when you carry a crossbow. She has two, both named after former lovers who got clever. One is slung across her back. The other she polishes during sermons. The children adore her. The adults lock their doors when they hear her boots on the cobblestone. You admire her. From a distance, she became sheriff because no one else dared to. There was a vote, but no one remembers casting it. One morning, a decree appeared nailed to the well. "I am sheriff now." Beneath it, a neat signature and the faint smear of someone else's blood. The village agreed. They always do when she's involved. It's simpler. She takes her duties seriously. She patrols daily with the slow menace of a weather front. She issues fines for offenses such as smirking without a permit, letting your goat think it's people, and possessing a face that reminds me of a tax dodger. She once arrested a weather vane for conspiracy. The trial was brief. The weather vane still hasn't been seen, but her finest moment, the story that will be etched into barrels and gossip for years to come, happens during the Festival of Flower. You're there. Of course you are. You're always there when something inconvenient becomes legendary. It begins, like most disasters, with pie. A pie goes missing from the prize table. Not just any pie, but Lady Ermintrude's six-crust honey pear masterpiece, the one that won 3 ribbons and started a feud. The village is in uproar. Fingers are pointed. Alibis are forged. Someone suggests summoning the Abbey dogs. Galfrida arrives mid-accusation, perched atop a mule that looks like it's seen war. She surveys the scene, lowers her crossbow slowly, and says, "This smells like inside work." No one speaks. She sniffs the air again, and cinnamon. A brief, panicked interrogation follows. It involves a jury made of scarecrows and one very stressed chicken. After an hour, Galfrida steps forward, raises a hand, and declares, "The guilty party is me." The crowd gasps, mostly because it's polite to do so when someone confesses while armed. "I find myself," she continues, "for being too powerful, for tempting fate, for having hands that know pastry too well." She unrolls a parchment from her coat. It reads, "Fine, 1 pie. Crime, supreme competence." You're not sure whether to cheer or nod solemnly. You do both, just in case. She does not return the pie, nor does she pay the fine. Instead, she takes a bite, says, "Justice tastes excellent," and rides off toward the hills, cape flapping like a scandal. The village collectively exhales. The chicken collapses. Lady Ermintrude is soothed with jam and applause. Later, at home, your mother tells you not to talk back to Galfrida, not to correct her, not to stand too close when she's muttering about the tax code and sharpening cutlery. You nod. Everyone has a story about a time they thought they were right and ended up apologizing while wearing a flour sack. Galfrida does not lose arguments. She relocates them. You once saw her duel herself in a mirror. She won. There's a ledger by her bedside. No one dares read it, but it's rumored to contain a list of crimes she's committed, intends to commit, and crimes she finds artistically inspiring. At the bottom of every page, written in tiny, neat letters, is the phrase, "Sheriff immunity applies." No one argues the legality. She's written the laws herself, in ink and sometimes in goat's blood, depending on the mood of the council. She attends your name day celebration in full armor and knits you a scarf that doubles as a snare trap. She gives you advice like, never trust a man whose boots are too clean, and if the sword's too heavy, use words, then a smaller sword. You listen because she's terrifying, and probably right. Her presence at any table makes everyone sit straighter and eat faster. The food tastes better when you fear for your fingers. Sometimes you wonder what she was like before all this, before the badge and the crossbows and the legend. You find a picture of her as a young woman, smiling beside a goose and a boy who may have been brave once. You ask her about it. She squints, mutters something about choices, and shoots the weather vane again just in case. No one's sure if she's ever truly broken the law or if she simply carries it with her, like a second skin or an inconvenient pet. What matters is that when something goes wrong, when someone steals a pie or whispers treason or looks too smug in a tunic, Galfrida is there, unpaid, unquestioned, unstoppable. You first see him near the barley fields, standing like he doesn't owe anyone his bloodline. His tunic isn't hand-stitched by a second cousin or third aunt. His boots are clean, too clean, like he's never trudged through your family's mud or been dragged to a cousin's third wedding in the same month. You stare at him from behind a cart of turnips, which feels like the safest available cover. He catches your gaze and nods, the kind of nod that implies he's never had to explain how he's his own uncle's step-nephew. You blink once, then forget how. His name is Robert. He says it casually, like it's allowed. There's no hyphen, no apostrophe, no suffix like the younger or from the East Barn. Just Robert. It hits your ears like a crime. You repeat it back to him, and it sounds foreign in your mouth, as if your tongue isn't equipped for vowels arranged that simply. He smiles, and your stomach does something unfamiliar, like it's trying to curtsy. You ask, slowly, "And whose son are you?" He shrugs. "No one around here." You almost faint. No one? Around here? Not even a passing connection to Great Aunt Sheriff, or the endless string of Johans who may or may not be the same man in different hats. You mentally trace his nose, his chin, the angle of his eyebrows, searching for any resemblance to the village's genetic swamp. Nothing. Not a single familiar ear or cursed freckle. It's like he walked out of a different narrative entirely, one with seasons, one where weddings involve strangers. He smells like salt air and rain on rocks. You have never smelled either of those things. You smell like bread dough and generational compromise. You tell him your name, your full name, all 6 parts of it, and he does not flinch or squint or immediately ask which branch you're from. He just says, "That's lovely," and you consider setting something on fire to restore balance. Your relatives spot him next. They circle like hens with agendas. Aunt Mother Theta offers him a jar of fermented gooseberries and a suspicious glare. Your cousin Franz asks where he bathes. No one believes his answer. The spiral has trained them to expect loops, not clean exits. When Robert says he's just passing through, they nod slowly, the way people do when the moon looks a little too red. You try not to talk to him again. You fail. He finds you near the mill, staring into a bucket like it might contain answers. He asks what you're doing. You tell him, honestly, that you're hiding. He says, "Mind if I hide too?" and leans against the wall beside you, arms crossed, as if your panic isn't loud enough to be heard in 3 adjacent villages. He speaks of the sea, of ships, of wind, of places where people marry people they're not already loosely related to. You ask if that's even legal. He laughs. It sounds like waves, if waves had excellent posture and impeccable teeth. He asks what you dream of. You lie and say bread. You don't mean to lie. It just feels safer than saying escape. When he leaves that day, you exhale for the first time in hours. You hadn't realized you were holding your breath, but your lungs are dramatic like that. You walk home in a daze, bumping into relatives who all smell like something pickled and demand updates. You say, "He's fine," and lock yourself in the storage loft until sunset. That night, you dream of him. Not in the romantic way, not quite. In the way someone dreams of bridges they've never crossed, or songs they've only heard once, but still hum for years. You dream he asks you to leave. You say yes, then wake up and laugh, because obviously, no. The next day, you find him again. You don't plan to, but the world feels rigged now. He offers you a pear, not a mealy one, a real pear. It tastes like risk and choices. You tell him about the spiral. He doesn't mock it. He studies the pattern you trace in the dirt and says, "That's a knot, not a trap." You want to believe him. You really do. Later, your family gathers for dinner. Everyone smells vaguely of suspicion and cabbage. You mention Robert, casually. Someone drops a spoon. Someone else whispers outsider like it's contagious. You excuse yourself early and stand outside under a sky that looks too open. You wonder what it means to want something unshared. He isn't yours. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But he isn't part of the spiral, and that alone feels like prophecy. Like the first brick loosened in a wall you didn't know you were allowed to climb. You stare down the path he walked on, trying to decide whether following him would be brave or stupid, or both, which is how most things begin around here anyway. The dance starts like most mistakes do, with too much wine, not enough supervision, and your Uncle Deacon Walrick's terrible sense of rhythm. It's the Midsummer Festival, and the barley has been harvested with only 3 minor pitchfork-related incidents. Spirits are high. So is your cousin Halberd, who has mistaken mead for bathwater again. The fiddlers strike up something vaguely celebratory. People begin moving in circles, which is how most things begin around here before spiraling inward. Then Walrick, in his infinite creativity and intoxication, raises a single finger and points directly at Cousine Mayor Sybil. There is a hush, a moment. Then she points back. It is not aggressive. It is not affectionate. It is the kind of gesture that says, "I know what you did with the pickled turnips, and I have not forgotten." The crowd senses the shift immediately. Other fingers rise. Other relatives are implicated. You stand by the pie table and witness what can only be described as accusatory choreography. In perfect silence, your entire bloodline begins circling each other like suspicious goats, pointing with the solemnity of monks and the grace of damp wood. It becomes art. It becomes war. By the end of the evening, someone has drawn a diagram. There's talk of steps, elbow placement, appropriate scowling angles. Great Aunt Sheriff declares it a little too real and fines 5 participants for impersonating her grimace. But it's too late. The dance is born. It has no name, no beat, no music beyond the internal rhythm of generational tension. Still, it spreads faster than rumors about the miller's 4th wife. At the next wedding, it resurfaces without warning. The bride's side begins circling the groom's with slow, deliberate finger-pointing. It escalates. Someone does a full-body spin and lands the finger like a blade. The priest forgets the vows. The band switches from joyous tunes to ambient dread. By the time the cake is cut, everyone has at least once pointed at someone they've long suspected of marrying into the family just to avoid taxes. You do it too. Of course you do. It's in your blood now, encoded somewhere next to your affinity for pottage and ambiguous birth dates. At first it feels silly, like mouthing secrets into a barrel. But then, you lock eyes with a relative whose existence has always felt slightly off, too tall, too symmetrical, and your finger rises like it knows something your brain doesn't. You point. They point. The dance completes its circuit. You feel powerful and deeply accused. The elders are not amused. They gather in the meeting barn beneath the large diagram of the spiral, now lovingly framed and slightly scorched. There is shouting. There is finger-pointing. Irony dies. A public death. Walrick is banned from all future festivals. The dance is outlawed, condemned, and replaced with the old approved stomping circle, which everyone agrees lacks the emotional resonance of public suspicion. Naturally, no one stops. It's harder to control than they thought. It pops up in the middle of harvest feasts and casual baptisms. 2 nods, a twitch, and suddenly a crowd is circling someone who once borrowed a goose and returned it featherless. You attend a funeral. Great Uncle Oswin, finally eaten by his own bees. And midway through the procession, the widow halts. She turns, she points. One by one, the mourners follow, forming a solemn ring around the casket, each arm extended like judgment made flesh. No one speaks. Everyone understands. You don't know how it spreads to other villages, but soon there are reports. A traveler from the next county comes to trade bread, yeast, and whispers that the finger dance of the forked folk is feared in 3 markets and banned in 2. You glow with pride and shame in equal measure. Your legacy is a threat and a warning, a silent accusation that leaves bruises in the shape of memories. One night, you catch your reflection in the window. You're dancing, alone. Slow steps, subtle tilt. The finger rises before you realize it. You point directly at yourself, and for a moment, it feels right. Like maybe this whole tradition wasn't born of chaos, but necessity. Like maybe you all needed a way to say, I see you. I know you. You are not innocent. The next wedding, you do it twice. Once during the procession, once after the toasts. No one stops you. They just point back. The castle comes to you by way of a goat-footed courier who smells like mildew and sounds like distant thunder when he speaks. He hands you the deed like it's cursed and scurries off without accepting bread, which feels impolite and deeply ominous. The parchment is damp. The wax seal has teeth marks. It reads, in barely legible ink, to the eldest surviving descendant of Lord Helvric the Lean, may the gods forgive his architecture. You are, regrettably, that descendant. The village rejoices, not because they like you more now, but because your relocation will free up an extra bed and reduce the amount of ominous whispering at town meetings. They help you pack with suspicious enthusiasm. Aunts hand you jars of pickled roots. Cousins wave from the road like they're watching a parade go off a cliff. Great Aunt Sheriff gives you a knife and a knowing look. The castle itself is perched like a dare on the edge of the marshlands, its silhouette crooked against the sky like a question nobody wants answered. It's tall, absurdly tall, narrow enough to make a ladder jealous, with just 3 rooms across and 16 precarious floors stacked like someone got bored of reason halfway through construction. The front door greets you by falling off its hinges. This feels like a warning. You enter anyway. Inside it smells like dust, wet stone, and the kind of decisions that make priests sweat. The first floor is a kitchen, or was at one point. A fireplace crouches in the corner like it's ashamed of what it's burned. You find a spoon nailed to the wall, and no other. Cutlery. The walls are decorated with faded tapestries featuring battles no one remembers and knights with suspiciously familiar noses. The stairs begin immediately. They wind upward like a curse, each step groaning like it remembers better feet. By the 4th floor, you're convinced the builder ran out of blueprints and started guessing. Some landings are tilted, others simply missing. You pull yourself up using a rope that may be organic. At the 8th floor, there's a room full of mirrors, none of which reflect correctly. One of them shows you slightly older, another, slightly wiser, the rest, slightly on fire. The 12th floor contains a bath, no plumbing, just a tub, a bucket, and a rubber duck that blinks. By the time you reach the top floor, your legs have written several letters of complaint to your brain. You open the final door and find, not grandeur, not gold, but a bed, a cracked window, and a family portrait where all the eyes have been scratched out except yours. The wind howls. You sit down. The floor sways slightly under your weight, like it's trying to remember its purpose. You sleep there anyway, because somehow, despite the drafts and the mildew and the faint sound of chanting from the 13th floor, it feels like yours, like you were meant to perch here, Above the chaos, far from the suspicious dancing and overlapping surnames, the bats approve. They flap gently around your head as you drift off, like hairy little guardians. One of them brings you a beetle. It feels symbolic. In the morning, you wake to find a note under your pillow. It reads, "Welcome home. Try not to fall out the window." You suspect the bats again. The days pass in a rhythm both chaotic and strangely comforting. You learn to walk the stairs without angering them. You name the floors. Floor 5 is echo. Floor 10 is regret. Floor 14 is locked, and you let it stay that way. There's a bell on the roof that rings at odd hours. You stop questioning it after the second night, when you dream of your grandfather warning you not to answer the door after midnight unless you want to marry your own destiny. You don't know what that means. You sweep. You dust. You find a journal in the 7th floor drawer, half filled with riddles and soup recipes. You write your own entries in between the old ones. Your handwriting fits too well. Visitors come rarely. When they do, they leave quickly. Something about the angle of the tower unnerves them. The villagers claim it looks taller now. You don't argue. You feel taller. You speak to yourself more. The castle listens. Sometimes it answers. And when the wind howls, you howl back. The request comes at dawn, slid under your door in the form of a note scrawled on parchment that still smells faintly of stew. "It is time," the note says, though it doesn't specify for what. You assume plague, debt, or another wedding. When you ask your mother, she tells you with a sigh that you've been chosen. "No," commanded, "to sew the family crest anew, since the old one was accidentally eaten by moths, goats, and one particularly ambitious cousin. You are handed a needle, 3 spools of thread, and the sort of responsibility usually reserved for saints or executioners. The family crest is not just cloth. It is identity. It is pride. It is, unfortunately, a tangle of beasts, symbols, and kitchen utensils chosen by relatives who could not agree on anything except chaos. There must be the 3 goats, of course, leaping in defiance of all known anatomy. The spoon must remain, since legend holds that great-grandfather Wilric fought off 2 highwaymen and an unusually aggressive goose with one. There must also be a river, a sword, a loaf of bread, and what some insist is a sun but looks more like a pie. Every generation adds something new. You suspect this is why the crest now resembles an argument stitched in thread. You sit by the fire and begin. At first, it feels manageable. The outline of the first cousin, whose likeness is apparently crucial, emerges in red thread. His nose is too long, his chin too short, but you comfort yourself by remembering that he looked this way in life too. Then, mid-stitch, you notice the thread thinning. By the time you finish the nose, the spool is bare. You tug. Nothing. The cousin's head remains incomplete, an empty loop where his ear should be. You panic briefly, then tie the thread in a knot to stop it unraveling further. The knot sits awkwardly, like a wart on the fabric, but somehow it draws the eye. You lean back and squint. Maybe this isn't failure. Maybe it's symbolism. A knot is family, isn't it? Bound together, inescapable, impossible to untangle without losing blood. You decide it's genius. You call it heritage. When you present it, the family gathers in silence. Aunts peer over spectacles. Uncles stroke chins. Children pick their noses. Great-aunt Sheriff leans in, squints at the knot, and nods once. That nod saves you. The applause begins slow, like rain testing the earth, then grows until it's thunderous. Someone wipes a tear. Someone else faints, though that may be from the turnip wine. They declare your work not just a crest, but a revelation. No one questions why 3 goats and a spoon now float around a lopsided cousin's face that ends in a knot. They see what they want to see. Cousin Radolf claims the knot represents destiny. Aunt Sister Joan insists it is a prophecy of future abundance, though of what she doesn't say. The priest, called to bless the cloth, whispers that it resembles the mysteries of the Trinity, if the Trinity involved goats. The crest is paraded around the village. People bow. Someone kisses it, though you wish they hadn't. The local bard composes a ballad about the knot of kin, though the rhymes deteriorate halfway through. You walk behind the procession in a daze, needle still in hand, wondering how an accident has become gospel. The knot stares back at you from every angle, mocking and triumphant. That night, they hang the banner in the hall above the fireplace. It sways with the draft, a crooked smile of cloth and thread. You sit beneath it at supper, eating bread that tastes faintly of ashes, and feel everyone's eyes flick to the crest between bites. They nod to you with reverence, as if you've captured the essence of their lives in one tangled loop. You want to laugh, but laughter would sound too much like confession. When you return to your bed, you dream of thread unraveling, endless spools winding through halls and stairwells, tangling your arms and legs, pulling you toward the knot at the center of everything. You wake with your fingers clenched, still reaching for the needle. In the morning, your mother asks if you might add more detail later, a chicken perhaps, or the likeness of cousin brother Dragon, whose ears deserve recognition. You shake your head firmly. You tell her the knot is final, immutable, eternal. She shrugs, accepts this as divine truth, and spreads the word. From that day on, every new crest carries the knot. Sometimes it's large, sometimes hidden in a corner, sometimes stitched into the heart of a goat. But it is always there, binding, watching, and all because you ran out of thread. It begins on an ordinary evening, the kind where the sky droops low and the fire spits like it's gossiping. You are sitting at the table, spoon in hand, staring at a bowl of broth that smells suspiciously of turnip and ambition. Your mother sits across from you, mending a sock that already looks more whole than cloth. She hums a tune without melody, one you know well enough to dread. Then, without looking up, she clears her throat and says it as casually as someone remarking on the weather. "I once kissed your father's uncle's brother's son," she says. You nod, polite as a carved saint. Then she adds, "He was also your grandfather." The spoon pauses halfway to your mouth. Steam curls upward, carrying with it the weight of her confession. She does not flinch. Her needle keeps darting in and out of wool, stitching a rhythm that could drown out 1,000 inconvenient truths. She doesn't blink. Neither do you. The soup waits. Your mind begins to untangle the statement, or tries to. Father's, uncle's, brother's, son. A chain of people already looping back on itself like rope in a well. And then the word grandfather, which drops into your thoughts like a brick into porridge. You try to picture the diagram, but it just becomes the spiral again, swirling into the shape of a knot that looks uncomfortably like your family crest. You nod once more, slower this time, because what else can one do when reality folds in on itself? She pushes the bowl toward you. "Eat," she says. So you do. You lift the spoon and swallow turnip, broth, and inevitability. It burns your tongue, but not enough to distract from the knowledge she's just placed in your lap. Across from you, she sighs like someone who has lived long enough to find all secrets inevitable. She begins to elaborate, though you never asked. It was before your father, of course. Before the betrothals and the banns and the goats. I was young. He was charming in a way men only are when they have already lived too many lives and survived them all. He smelled like cider and something else, like sawdust, maybe. You nod again, chewing carefully. She has a way of telling stories that makes them impossible to interrupt, as if each word is a stone in a road you must walk, whether you want to or not. It was at the midsummer festival, she continues, by the bonfire. He asked me for a dance. Not the pointing one. We hadn't invented that yet, but the old one, the circle with clapping. And afterward he kissed me, soft as rain. She smiles faintly at the memory, then stabs her needle a little too hard into the sock. Then he told me who he was. You raise an eyebrow, but only internally. Outwardly, you keep your face still, the way one does when bees land too close to the eye. He laughed about it, she says, shaking her head. He thought it was funny, the way our family always folds back on itself like poorly stacked bread. I didn't, but I let him kiss me again. You lower your spoon. She notices but doesn't stop. Your grandfather was a complicated man. He had 3 wives, 2 of them cousins, and still found time to wander. He said I was his favorite mistake. I didn't ask what that meant. She knots the sock thread neatly and looks at you for the first time. Life is strange, isn't it? You consider answering. You consider screaming. Instead, you lift the spoon again and swallow more broth. It scalds the back of your throat, but the pain feels grounding. She pats your hand, mistaking silence for understanding. You'll have stories like that too someday. Not the same, of course. Hopefully different. But blood makes us foolish. It calls us back, even when we think we're walking away. You stare into the soup, watching onions float like ghosts of better decisions. Outside, the wind rattles the shutters. A goat bleats as if in agreement. You finish the bowl without blinking, without speaking, without daring to let your mind tug too hard at the thread of what she just confessed. Because you know what happens when you tug at family threads. They don't unravel. They tighten. The dream begins in color, brighter than the waking world has any right to be. You are standing in a field of flowers that don't exist anywhere near your village, too vibrant and too symmetrical, as if painted by a hand with no sense of realism. A stranger waits for you in the middle of it all. He has hair the color of storms, eyes that don't look like anyone you've ever met, and hands that don't carry the familiar shape of your own blood. He smiles, and it is terrifying, not because he looks dangerous, but because he looks new. You walk toward him, your feet sinking into petals that sigh when stepped on. He takes your hand like it belongs to him. You've never seen his face before, and yet something in your chest leaps like it's been waiting only for this. He whispers your name as though he discovered it himself, and for a moment, you believe him. The sky cracks open, spilling light like spilled milk, and bells ring though no one is pulling the ropes. You stand there, veil appearing from nowhere, dress stitched from mist, and the stranger says, "Do you choose me?" You are about to answer. Then you wake. The first thing you see is your second cousin's elbow, alarmingly close to your face. The second is the cheese, sweating slightly on the bedside table, wrapped in leaves that smell of thyme and mild apology. The bed is small. The room is smaller. There are flowers, but they are wilting, and someone has spilled ale in the corner. You sit up slowly, heart still galloping from the dream, and realize you are wearing a ring that does not match your hand. Your cousin snores beside you, satisfied, and murmurs something about goats. You piece it together with the sluggishness of someone trying to remember their own handwriting. Last night there was a gathering. There was music that never found the right key, laughter heavy with wine, and your aunt insisting you dance with him because it was time. At some point, someone pushed bread into your hands, then a cup, then vows. You remember a cheer, a kiss that smelled faintly of onions, and a goat bleating at what was presumably the exact wrong moment. Now you are married. The dream lingers like perfume that won't wash off. You can still see the stranger's face in your mind, too sharp and too kind to be real. Compared to that, your cousin's familiar nose and shared family squint feel unbearably ordinary. You glance at him as he wakes, scratching his ear, blinking at the morning light. He smiles sheepishly and gestures at the cheese. "It's from the good goat," he says, and you forgive him instantly, not because of the cheese itself, but because you realize the dream was weirder. Life in your family has never been about choices. Not really. It's about arrangements, suggestions turned into obligations, paths walked because they are well trodden. You think of the stranger again, how he asked if you chose him. You think of your cousin, who didn't ask, who simply arrived with a grin and dairy. You sigh and take a bite of the cheese. It's soft, mild, surprisingly pleasant. You tell yourself this is enough. The village congratulates you before you even leave the house. Neighbors pat your arm, shake your cousin's hand, make jokes about how the family tree has now wrapped around itself yet again. Someone delivers a jug of mead with the words, "To the happy knot." The priest stops by to bless the union, though his blessing sounds suspiciously like a sigh. Children follow you in the street, chanting a rhyme about kissing cousins. You keep walking, cheese in hand, trying not to laugh at the absurdity of it all. That night, you dream again. The stranger is there, waiting, though his features blur like ink in the rain. This time, when he asks if you choose him, you shake your head. He vanishes without protest, dissolving into the same bright flowers. You wake once more beside your cousin, who snores like a badly tuned drum, and you don't feel loss. Exactly. Just the strange awareness that somewhere, in another life, you are married to someone you've never met. But here, in this life, he brought cheese, and that is enough. The fair arrives with the kind of fanfare usually reserved for minor miracles or goats escaping the churchyard. Stalls spring up overnight, stitched together from canvas and stubbornness, and the whole valley smells like roasted meat and bad decisions. You are herded there with the rest of your family, all of whom are already arguing over which pies to enter and which contests they are legally banned from after last year's incidents. You're not supposed to stand out. You're supposed to clap politely, eat 3 sausages, and return home with sticky fingers and no stories. But the contest is announced halfway through the afternoon. Most symmetrical ears in the valley. The crowd murmurs. People glance around, tugging at their lobes, suddenly aware that they've taken their ears for granted all their lives. You stand still. You don't move a muscle. You know, instinctively, that this is your moment. The judges are 3 monks who claim to have studied geometry, though one still counts on his fingers. They call contestants to stand in a line, heads tilted, ears bared to the sun. Some competitors are confident, others shy. One boy has glued extra feathers to his in desperation. The judges murmur, measuring angles with a piece of string, squinting as though symmetry itself is a holy calling. When it is your turn, you step forward with the solemnity of a knight presenting a sword. The string is laid across your head. The monks gasp. One drops his chalk. "Perfect," whispers another, his voice breaking like he's seen God in profile. They measure again, then again. Each time, your ears defy imperfection. The crowd stirs, whispers rippling like wind in wheat. You are declared the winner before the final contestant even takes the stage. The runner-up, a farmer's daughter with ears only slightly crooked, collapses into the cabbage cart, sobbing into the leaves. Someone throws a turnip in protest. The judges ignore it. They are still gazing at your head like it might contain divine truths. A ribbon is draped around your neck, though it's clearly recycled from the pig-calling contest. You don't care. You raise your hand and wave like royalty, fingers curved in a gesture that feels both absurd and absolutely correct. The crowd erupts in applause, some out of admiration, some out of jealousy, many out of sheer obligation. Children chant your name. Old women nod sagely as though they always knew you would rise to this occasion. Your family reacts as only they can. Cousin Brother Dragon insists he should have entered, despite his ears being famously lopsided from a goat bite. Aunt Mother Theta tries to claim credit, saying you inherited her earlobes, though hers dangle unevenly like badly hung curtains. Great Aunt Sheriff says nothing, just narrows her eyes and mutters something about licensing your likeness. The rest of the fair continues around you, but it feels dimmer now, as if you've already peaked. You watch sack races, juggling acts, and a man who claims to swallow swords, but actually just chews loudly. None of it matters. You have achieved something eternal. You are the human embodiment of balance. You are geometry's chosen child. By evening, the story spreads. Strangers approach you with bread. asking to touch your ears for luck. A bard composes a verse that rhymes ears with cheers and years, and though it's not clever, people sing it until the sky turns pink. The runner-up still weeps in the cabbages, occasionally lifting her head to glare at you like you've stolen not just the ribbon, but her entire future. When the torches are lit and the fair begins to fade, you walk home taller, head held high, ears practically glowing in the firelight. Your cousin mutters that ears don't win wars. Your uncle says symmetry can't milk a cow. You ignore them. You know what they don't. You know that someday, long after the cabbages rot and the ribbon frays, people will still whisper about the year you won first prize. The year the valley measured perfection and found it on your head. The church is cold, as it always is, smelling faintly of candle wax and old stone, the kind of place where secrets are whispered into wood beams and stay there forever. You stand with your family in the front pew, stiff in your best tunic, trying to ignore Cousin Halberd's snoring. The priest begins his sermon, his voice carrying the practiced authority of a man who has never had to shovel dung. His words drift like smoke, half Latin, half scolding, all familiar. You almost tune him out until he looks directly at you. And may the Lord bless you, daughter, sister. The words fall into the silence with the weight of prophecy. Your family glances at you. You glance at your family. The priest doesn't even notice. He moves on, mumbling about sin and grain tithes. But it's too late. The name has already taken root. You can feel it burrowing into the room, sprouting inside every ear. Daughter, sister. It doesn't matter that it was a mistake, a slip, a jumble of syllables tangled in his mouth. It is now a title, and it belongs to you. The children are the first to test it. They whisper it in the courtyard after the service, giggling behind their hands. Then the aunts pick it up, rolling it across their tongues like it's honey instead of accident. By the time you sit down for supper that evening, even your mother uses it when asking you to pass the salt. You pass it silently, because you know the more you protest, the stronger it will stick, and stick it does. By the next week, villagers are greeting you with it openly. Good morning, daughter, sister. Lovely weather, daughter, sister. The blacksmith tips his hammer in respect, as though the title makes you nobility. The baker offers you an extra roll, muttering something about holiness clinging to your shoulders. You begin to wonder if the priest accidentally elevated you to sainthood. You do not correct anyone. You lean into it. When Cousin Mayor Sybil asks you to help sort tax records, you pause dramatically and say, "Is that truly the work of a daughter sister?" She does it herself. When Aunt Sister Joan asks you to carry firewood, you claim your hands must remain free for spiritual purposes. She scowls but doesn't argue. By the end of the month, you've avoided half your chores simply by arching an eyebrow and letting the name hover between you like a shield. It becomes legend faster than you expect. Children are warned not to anger you. Goats are herded out of your way, though you never asked for it. At gatherings, people nod when you enter. A tiny bow of the head, half mocking, half sincere. The name takes on a weight you hadn't imagined. Daughter, sister is no longer a slip of the tongue. It is a role, a mask, a position carved into the marrow of the village. And somewhere inside you, a small part begins to believe it. You catch yourself walking differently, shoulders straighter, steps measured. You speak with more authority, whether about weather or soup or destiny. You consider charging for blessings, a coin dropped in your palm for every daughter sister uttered aloud. It wouldn't be hard. The villagers would pay. They already treat the name like a relic. The priest, for his part, seems unaware of what he's done. When he sees you in the square, he nods politely, still thinking he baptized you with a mistake instead of a crown. You wonder if you should thank him, or perhaps fine him, the way Great Aunt Sheriff fines people for existing too loudly. Instead, you let him continue, a man oblivious to the fire he lit with one careless phrase. One evening, sitting beneath the crooked crest with its eternal knot, You think about how quickly a life can shift, how one word, misplaced, can stitch itself into identity. Daughter, sister is not a name you chose, but it's one you wear now, draped over your shoulders like a cloak too heavy to shrug off. You imagine it following you into old age, whispered by children who never knew the mistake, written on your gravestone by hands that never asked your real name. You sip your broth and smile. If fate insists on calling you daughter, sister, then so be it. Better to own the name than let it own you. The apothecary lives at the edge of the village, in a hut that leans like it knows secrets. The air around it always smells faintly of burnt rosemary and fear, and children dare each other to knock on her door only to flee when the hinges creak. You don't flee. You go because you need a potion, something for headaches, or courage, or possibly both, since living in your family ensures one leads directly to the other. She greets you before you knock, her voice drifting through the wood like smoke. Enter. Inside, the shelves sag under jars filled with powders, bones, and liquids that pulse faintly, as though alive. She herself is wrapped in layers of fabric that may once have been robes, but now look like arguments stitched together. Her hair is piled high, her eyes sharp, her smile too wide to be safe. You explain what you need. She doesn't write it down. She doesn't nod. Instead, she studies your forehead, narrowing her eyes like she's reading a script written in your skin. Your hairline, she says. You frown. What about it? She tilts her head. It has generational memory. You laugh nervously because surely she's joking. But she doesn't laugh. She leans closer, inhales, and sighs. Turnips, she whispers, and unresolved tension. It is strong. It is ripe. I will take it. Before you can answer, she produces a pair of silver scissors that glint as though sharpened on gossip. She gestures for you to sit. Against your better judgment, you do. The stool wobbles beneath you, and the air smells of vinegar and beeswax. She mutters a chant you can't place, half blessing, half recipe, and then snips. The sound is small but final. A piece of your hairline falls into her palm, though you never saw her cut it. She holds it up to the light, humming. The strands shimmer faintly, not like hair at all, but like history unraveling. For a moment, you think you hear voices. Your mother scolding, your grandfather laughing, someone long dead sighing about goats. You shiver. She drops the hair into a jar. The liquid inside hisses, then turns the exact color of your family crest's knot. She smiles, teeth sharp. Perfect. What do I get? You ask, voice thin. She shrugs. A potion. The vial she hands you is small, filled with something green that glows faintly like envy bottled. You hold it up. It warms your fingers, hums faintly against your palm. You're not sure if it's medicine or a warning. When you ask what it does, she just says, it remembers. You carry it home like contraband, tucked deep in your cloak. That night, as the wind groans and the rafters creak, you open it. The smell is unmistakable. Turnips, yes, but also sorrow. Arguments whispered across 3 generations, laughter at weddings no one should have attended. You take a sip, and suddenly, you're not just yourself anymore. You're your mother at the bonfire, kissing the wrong man. You're your great aunt swearing vengeance over missing pies. You're your grandfather sharpening knives, smiling as if he knows no blade can cut free. The potion drags you through them all, each moment stitched into your veins, each face flickering in your eyes. It is dizzying and endless, but when it fades, you are left gasping, heart pounding, the taste of your entire family on your tongue. You cork the vial quickly, hands trembling. You know now what she meant by generational memory. It's yours, and it always has been, just waiting to be distilled. You hide the potion beneath your bed, though you can still hear it humming at night, like a choir trapped in glass. Days later, when you pass the apothecary's hut again, She is outside sweeping bones from her doorstep. She looks up, catches your eye, and smiles knowingly. "It grows back," she says, pointing at your forehead. You touch your hairline, half expecting it to be gone, but it remains stubborn as always. Still, you walk faster, because you know she's right. It does grow back, and it remembers. The bridge is not so much a structure as it is a dare. It stretches across the river in a long, trembling line of planks that don't agree on direction, lashed together with rope that looks older than your grandmother's grudges. Your family built it, which is to say they argued loudly, threw lumber into place, and declared it finished once the shouting grew louder than the hammering. It has been standing for years, mostly through stubbornness and fear of admitting defeat. Your horse stops 20 paces from it. He plants his hooves in the mud and flicks his ears as if to say, "Absolutely not." You tug at the reins, coax, cajole, even bribe with an apple you'd been saving for yourself. He takes the apple. He does not move. His eyes fix on the bridge with the same look you reserve for family dinners when the genealogy debates begin. You can't blame him. The bridge creaks like it remembers everything. Each plank sighs under the weight of footsteps past, and each sigh sounds like someone regretting a marriage contract. The ropes groan as though they know precisely which cousin tied them and how drunk he was at the time. Walking onto it feels less like travel and more like waking into a family argument that started before you were born and will continue after you die. You test it with your foot. The plank dips alarmingly, then pops back up as if mocking your courage. You step back. Your horse snorts, vindicated. He lowers his head to drink from the riverbank, perfectly content to let you risk death alone. The family insisted this bridge was a triumph, a marvel, proof that you didn't need outside masons or proper tools when you had determination, goatskin rope, and 4 cousins with strong lungs. At the dedication, they sang a hymn that turned into a brawl. The priest sprinkled holy water, which promptly soaked through the boards, and Great Aunt Sheriff fired a crossbow into the air to announce the structure was officially legal. Everyone clapped, though 3 people fell through, the gaps between planks before the celebration ended. Now, standing before it with your horse chewing smugly beside you, you feel the weight of every poor decision woven into its design. The bridge isn't just wood and rope. It's a monument to ancestral trauma. Your grandfather built the middle section, and you can see the way it sags under his lingering bitterness. The western railing is crooked, thanks to an uncle who swore straight lines were against nature. The eastern end has scorch marks from a cousin's experiment with holy fire, which was really just spilled oil and too much enthusiasm. You wonder briefly if the bridge is cursed, not by witches or wandering spirits, but by blood itself, soaked into the boards with every stomp, every curse word, every triumphant declaration that drowned out reason. The bridge doesn't just hold you up, it remembers you. The thought makes your chest tighten. You place your hand on your horse's neck, feeling the warmth of him, the steadiness. He will not cross, and you realize that maybe he knows something you don't. Animals often do. Perhaps he hears the way the boards whisper. Perhaps he sees the faces in the knots of the wood, faces that look too much like your own. Perhaps he simply understands that bridges built on denial never hold. You sit down on the riverbank, the mud seeping into your boots. The water runs swift beneath the bridge, laughing at its crooked span. You think about the strangers who must see it from afar and wonder at the foolishness of your people. You think about the nights when storms rattle the valley and how the bridge must sway like a drunkard, shrieking into the wind. And you think about how one day, inevitably, someone will step onto it at the wrong moment, and the river will claim them. Still, the bridge remains. Still, people cross it. They cross it because it is there, because it is theirs, because no one wants to admit they built a mistake that should have been torn down long ago. You reach into your pack and find another apple. You eat this one yourself, slowly, watching the bridge tremble in the breeze. The horse finishes drinking and nudges your shoulder as if to say you were right not to trust it. You stroke his nose, grateful for his stubbornness. In the end, you do not cross. You turn back, horse in tow, leaving the bridge behind you, swaying gently in the dusk, carrying the weight of every ancestor's pride, folly, and unfinished argument. It creaks once more, like laughter from the dead, and you walk away. He arrives on a mule that looks more philosophy than animal, a bedraggled figure with a lute strapped across his back, and a smirk that suggests he has survived both taverns and lawsuits. The villagers gather quickly, because a bard means distraction, and distraction means no one has to talk about who borrowed whose goat or why the miller's wife hasn't been seen since last Thursday. You stand among them, watching as he clears his throat and announces he has written a song. Not just any song, he clarifies, but your family's song. The words hang in the air like smoke from a damp fire. You feel your stomach drop. He plucks one note on the lute. Just one. Then he sings. The song, if it can be called that, consists of a single droning verse repeated over and over, circling itself like a dog chasing its tail. The lyrics are simple, too simple. Your bloodline, your spiraling tree, your endless marriages that loop back into themselves. He lays them out in rhyme that somehow manages to be both lazy and cruel. He doesn't need cleverness. He has truth, and the truth is enough to make the villagers snicker. You listen as he stretches your family's history into melody. Daughter wed her cousin, cousin wed his kin. Round and round they circle, never out, never in. The crowd chuckles, then laughs, then begins to hum along, because the tune, if it deserves that name, is designed to be memorable. It burrows into ears like a worm into apples. By the third repeat, the children are dancing in circles, pointing fingers at one another. By the fourth, your uncle claps his hands in rhythm, though his smile is too tight. By the fifth, you hear your own mother humming softly under her breath, as though unwillingly caught by the hook. You stand still. The bard beams, plucking that single relentless note. He bows with mock ceremony, as if he's handed the village a relic instead of an insult. Coins are tossed at his feet. Bread is offered. He soaks in the admiration like a cat in sunlight. He knows what he has done. He knows you will never escape it. When the song ends, the silence lasts barely a breath before the humming begins again. Villagers wander back to their chores, but they carry the tune with them, whistling it while fetching water, humming it while feeding chickens. The sound echoes through the valley, a constant reminder of your bloodline's endless spiral. At first, you burn with shame. You want to shout, to silence them, to rip the lute from the bard's smug hands and smash it against the nearest wall. But then, something strange happens. As you walk past the market, someone hums the tune at you mockingly. You pause, lift your chin, and hum it back, loudly. The look on their face is worth everything. You start joining in every time you hear it, humming with full force, adding flourishes, tapping your foot in exaggerated rhythm. The villagers laugh, but now the laughter feels different. It is no longer entirely at you. It is with you. They can't mock you if you sing along. Your family takes notice. At supper, Cousin Brother Dragon mutters that you've given in. Great Aunt Sheriff, however, smirks approvingly and hums the refrain herself, low and deadly. Soon the entire table is joining in, banging spoons against bowls, turning mockery into chorus. By the end of the night, the walls of the hall shake with laughter and off-key singing. The bard leaves 2 days. Later, pockets heavy with coin, but his song stays. It has become something bigger than him now, stitched into the rhythm of village life. Children chant it in the fields, adults whistle it during work. At weddings, it slides between the pointing dance and the stomping circle like it has always been there. And you, improbably, become its heart. People turn to you when they sing it, expecting you to lead, to hum louder, to spin the shame into defiance. And you do, because you realize something your family has always known but rarely admitted. Mockery loses its sting when you wear it proudly. So when the song drifts across the valley at dusk, carried by voices both cruel and kind, you hum along. You hum like royalty accepting tribute, like prophecy being fulfilled, like the spiral itself had a soundtrack all along and simply waited for a bard foolish enough to write it down. It is only one note, but it belongs to you now. You decide, against better judgment, to celebrate your birthday. Not because you want gifts or cakes or songs sung badly off-key, but because the silence of not acknowledging it feels heavier than the noise of pretending it matters. You sweep the hall, borrow a table from the church, and hang a few wilted garlands that once decorated a wedding where the bride fainted during the vows. You tell yourself this will be simple, small, perhaps even pleasant. 18 people arrive. All of them share your blood. They shuffle in like they're answering a summons rather than an invitation. Faces familiar in ways both comforting and suffocating. Aunt Mother Theta brings a loaf of rye bread hard enough to use as a weapon. Cousine Brother Dragon carries a jug of wine that sloshes with menace. Someone brings a goat tied in ribbon, bleeding like it knows it is a substitute for thoughtfulness. You smile anyway, because that's what one does when trapped in a family that folds inward like badly stacked laundry. The feast begins. Bread is torn, soup ladled, wine. The hall fills with chatter that loops endlessly. Who married whom? Who should not have married whom? And who plans to marry again despite warnings from both clergy and common sense? You try to enjoy it, to pretend this is festivity rather than obligation. But every laugh feels rehearsed, and every toast feels like a veiled reminder of some unfinished debt. Halfway through the evening, a cousin whose name you cannot recall rises, cheeks flushed from wine, and clinks his cup against a spoon. The room stills. He clears his throat and looks directly at you. "Marry me," he says, words thick but earnest. The silence that follows is suffocating. Eyes dart between the two of you, some horrified, some expectant, some calculating whether this will impact inheritance claims. You set down your spoon carefully, meeting his gaze without blinking. "Be more specific," you reply. The room erupts in laughter, some of it genuine, some of it relieved. Your cousin blushes, waves his hand as though he meant nothing serious, but you know he did. The look in his eyes carries the weight of tradition, of expectation, of the spiral itself wrapping tighter. He drinks deeply from his cup, retreating into embarrassment. The moment passes, but it lingers in the air like smoke. You push the conversation elsewhere, insisting everyone join in a toast to survival, to goats that haven't died this season, to roofs that only leak when it rains. Cups are raised, cheers shouted, the rhythm of noise returning. Still, you feel the echo of his words, the way the villagers sometimes feel an earthquake long after the ground has stilled. Presents are given, though they are more curious than generous. A jar of pickled eggs, a spoon carved with your own initials, a small sack of onions tied with string. Your mother hands you soup in a chipped bowl, calling you daughter-sister with pride, and you accept it, sipping slowly, letting the warmth distract you from the coldness of expectation. Later, when the candles burn low and the goat has fallen asleep by the fire, the party dwindles. People drift away in twos and threes, muttering their goodbyes. You remain in the hall, surrounded by crumbs and echoes. The cousin who proposed avoids your gaze as he leaves, face hidden in shadow. You exhale, long and slow, staring at the garlands drooping above the door. You told yourself this was a party, a celebration, but in truth it feels like a reminder that you are not alone, not truly, but that your company is predetermined, bound by bloodlines that coil too tightly. 18 people came, and every single one was kin. You laugh softly, because what else can you do? The sound startles the goat awake. You blow out the last candle and stand in the dark, the taste of soup still on your tongue. It was your birthday, and they all came. You tell yourself you're going to be the one who ends it, the one who breaks the loop, who pulls at the tangled thread of your family's history until it finally unravels into freedom. You stand in front of the hearth, fists clenched, declaring silently to the flames that you will not marry another cousin. You will not dance the pointing dance. You will not live inside the spiral like everyone else. You are going to be different. You are going to be new. Then, Aunt Godmother Mavis arrives with a basket of wool. She insists you need something to keep your hands busy, because idle fingers invite devils, and besides, she has noticed the way you glare at the walls as though they've wronged you. She places needles in your hands, thrusts the wool into your lap, and says, "Knit." You open your mouth to argue, but she silences you with a look that could curdle milk. You try. At first, you truly try. One stitch, then another, awkward and uneven. The yarn tangles almost instantly, looping back on itself, twisting, knotting. You sigh and attempt to straighten it out, but the more you work, the more the pattern seems to twist into something familiar. Not a scarf, not a sock, a spiral. The spiral, your family's endless, inescapable shape forming between your fingers as though the wool itself remembers. You mutter that you don't want to make this, that you wanted to break the cycle, not wear it. But the yarn doesn't care. It continues, stitch after stitch, until what lies in your lap is not rebellion but inevitability, crafted neatly in rows. By the end of the week, it has become a sweater. It's warm, slightly itchy, smells faintly of Mavis's herbs in the turnip cellar. You put it on anyway, because the nights are cold and your firewood is damp, and what good is principle when your teeth are chattering? The sweater hugs you close, tighter than blood, the spiral pattern wrapping around your torso like arms you didn't ask for but cannot push away. You stare into the mirror and see not yourself but every cousin, aunt, and grandparent stitched into the wool. The villagers notice immediately. Heritage, one says approvingly. Tradition, another adds, patting your shoulder as if the sweater makes you holy. They don't see your quiet rebellion unraveling. They see only confirmation, proof that no one escapes. Even your attempt at breaking the cycle has become proof of its strength. You are furious, but you smile tightly, because that's what you've been trained to do. At supper, everyone demands to touch it. They run their fingers over the stitches, marveling at the craftsmanship. Aunt Mother Theta insists you must wear it for every important gathering henceforth. Great Aunt Sheriff declares it legally binding attire. Your cousin eyes it and mutters that it would look better on him. The sweater becomes not just clothing but artifact, a new chapter in the family's ongoing loop. You try to take it off. You do. But the wool clings. When you tug, it tightens, as if the spiral has decided your body is its rightful home. You tell yourself it's just static, just friction. But at night, when you lie awake, you swear you hear it whisper. Not words, exactly. More like the sound of needles clicking, endlessly, as if someone is still knitting you in your sleep. One morning, you find an extra row where there wasn't one before. Another day, you notice the sleeves have grown longer, wrapping closer around your wrists. You laugh nervously when others comment on it, saying you're just clumsy with mending, but deep down you know the sweater is not finished. It never will be, and still, you wear it, because it's warm, because it's familiar, because even as it tightens around your chest, even as the spiral pattern winds closer and closer, you find comfort in its weight. It smells like Aunt Godmother Mavis. It smells like every kitchen and every bonfire and every story you've ever been told. You wanted to break the cycle. Instead, you've dressed yourself in it. The book comes to you in secret, slipped under your door by hands too cautious to knock. Its cover is cracked, its spine weak, its pages smelling faintly of mildew and exile. You stare at it for a long time before daring to open it, as if it might hiss. When you finally do, the ink wavers in the candlelight, words crowding each other like they are ashamed of being read. At first, it feels harmless enough. The text speaks of distant kingdoms, of trade routes and laws, of rulers who were too proud and too doomed. You skim past lists of tariffs, stories of wars fought for reasons no one remembers, half interested, until you reach a sentence that stops you cold. Kissing one's cousin, it says clear as daylight, is frowned upon. You blink at the words, certain you've misread them. You trace the line with your finger, slow, deliberate, but the letters do not change. They stay there, stark and unyielding, like they have been waiting centuries for your eyes alone. The air grows heavy. The fire flickers low. For a moment, you hear your family's laughter in your head. All those weddings, all those vows, all those kisses traded under the gaze of the spiral, frowned upon. The phrase is simple but devastating. Not cursed, not outlawed, not punished, just frowned upon. You picture strangers from faraway lands, brows wrinkled, lips pursed, eyes narrowing at the sight of what has always been considered normal in your valley. You imagine them whispering in corners, shaking their heads, their disdain carried like wind. Your stomach twists. The book burns in your hands, though no flame touches it. You slam it shut, shove it away, but it remains there on the table like an accusation made of leather and ink. You pace the room, muttering excuses to yourself. Different customs, different lands. They don't know your people, your traditions, your knots and spirals. They don't understand that blood runs close because no one else ever stays long enough to weave into it. But the words echo, frowned upon. You cannot keep it. To keep it is to harbor danger. To harbor danger is to admit something might be wrong. So you take the book, clutching it tight to your chest, and slip outside beneath a sky heavy with stars that feel far too judgmental. The night air bites at your skin. The path to the well is one you could walk blindfolded. You arrive quickly, though each step feels louder than the last. The well stands waiting, dark and deep, its stones damp with memory. You whisper an apology to no one and to everyone, and then you throw the book in. It falls with a sound that seems too alive. The water bubbles, not like water should, not with the lazy burble of springs, but with a thick, gurgling laugh that rises from deep below. The sound echoes against the stones, growing louder, sharper, until it vibrates in your ribs. You step back, heart hammering. For a moment, you swear the well is speaking, though no words come, only the steady rhythm of bubbles rising like nods. You nod back. The well understands. After that night, you hear whispers that the well has changed. People draw water that tastes faintly of ink. Children claim to see words rippling on the surface before they vanish. Once, when you lean over to peer inside, you swear the darkness stares back, full of letters rearranging themselves into shapes you don't want to read. You laugh too loudly and step away, pretending the chill crawling up your spine is just the wind. Your family never mentions books. They wouldn't dare. But sometimes, in the middle of a feast, when a cousin leans too close with wine on their breath and tradition in their eyes, you hear the echo again, frowned upon. The phrase curls in the back of your mind like a secret flame. Still, when you pass the well, you smile, because it knows, and it keeps your secret. Your Aunt Mother has always spoken with the certainty of someone who believes the world is a quilt she alone stitched together. Today she takes you by the wrist and sits you down on a stool that wobbles with the weight of generations. Her eyes go wide, her hands tremble dramatically, and she announces that visions have come to her again. She does not lower her voice. She never does. The entire household leans in, eager for prophecy, eager for spectacle. You try to look impressed. She describes them in detail, voice quivering, as if the truth is too powerful to bear. There will be rains that last 7 days, she says, And at the end of the rains, a goat will stand atop the chapel roof. There will be a feast where the bread multiplies miraculously, only to be eaten entirely by goats before anyone else can taste it. There will be weddings, many weddings, all attended by goats who will sit politely in the front row, chewing grass in rhythm with the vows. You nod slowly, keeping your face calm, though your thoughts march elsewhere. To you, it seems that every vision somehow circles back to goats. Great disasters, triumphs, holy revelations, they all end with bleeding. The crowd around her accepts it without question, murmuring prayers of thanks for such divine warnings. You shift uncomfortably, wondering how no one else notices the pattern. The goat in question, a gray one with eyes like wet marbles, wanders into the room mid-prophecy. It stops by your aunt's side and lowers its head, chewing loudly as if to punctuate her words. She places a hand on its back like it is her scribe, her oracle. The villagers gasp, convinced this is proof. You nearly laugh, but you catch the goat's gaze and find it disturbingly steady. It stares at you as though it knows something, as though it agrees entirely with her predictions. You clear your throat. And what of the harvest? You ask, hoping to drag the vision back to human concerns. She closes her eyes dramatically, swaying as though the spirits rattle her bones. The harvest will fail, she declares solemnly, unless 3 goats walk through the fields at dawn. Only then will the crops know their duty. Murmurs ripple through the room. People nod gravely. You sink into yourself, realizing the entire valley may soon measure time and fortune by goat hooves. The prophecy spreads quickly. By morning, children chant it while chasing each other around the square. Farmers begin bargaining over whose goats are holiest. Even Great Aunt Sheriff, skeptical of everything, sharpens her crossbows while muttering about protecting sacred goats from thieves. The world has tilted, and the center of it has horns. You try to dismiss it all, to call it foolishness, but when you lie awake at night, you hear the goats in the distance. Their bleating is steady, rhythmic, almost intentional. You close your eyes and picture the chapel roof, the fields at dawn, the endless chewing that might indeed decide the fate of the valley. You tell yourself you don't believe it, that you are smarter, that your blood may spiral but your mind is free. And yet, the next morning, you find yourself at the pasture, watching the goats graze. You study the way they move, the tilt of their heads, the steady pace of their chewing. One goat lifts its gaze to meet yours, and in its eyes you swear you see a flicker of understanding, a flicker of promise. Aunt Mother passes by, smiling knowingly. She doesn't speak. She doesn't need to. The goat nods, slow and deliberate, and you nod back. The harvest festival arrives with its usual mixture of desperation and enthusiasm, a celebration of food that may or may not last the winter. The villagers decorate the square with wilted garlands and garish banners, the smell of roasted turnips mixing with smoke from damp firewood. Children run wild with sticky fingers, dogs steal bread, and everyone pretends this year will be different, even though it never is. You walk among them, trying to enjoy the music of cracked fiddles and the laughter that comes too easily after too much ale. Then the contests begin. There is the pumpkin weighing, the goat grooming, the cabbage tossing, and finally, the crowning of misgenetic coincidence, a tradition that began, according to legend, when 2 sisters were mistaken for the same person, and rather than untangle the matter, the village simply gave them both a tiara. The award has endured ever since, handed each year to whichever girl looks most convincingly like every other girl in the valley. This year, it is you. They announce your name, or perhaps your title, daughter, sister. It's hard to tell over the cheering, and press a tiara into your hands. It is not truly a tiara, of course, but a circlet made of old spoons bent into shape, each one dented and tarnished. The remnants of family dinners where soup burned and stews failed. You lift it carefully, balancing the cool weight in your palms, then place it on your head. The spoons clink softly as though applauding themselves. The crowd cheers louder. Someone whistles. Someone else weeps. You stand straighter than you thought you could, lifting your chin, letting the autumn light glint off your second-hand crown. Children point and laugh, adults clap, and a few cousins mutter bitterly about their own chances being overlooked. You raise one eyebrow in response, the gesture slow, deliberate, regal. It silences them more effectively than words ever could. The fiddles strike up again, this time in your honor. A circle forms, pulling you into its rhythm. Everyone stomping and clapping as though your tiara has transformed the square into a palace. You move through the steps with awkward grace, the spoons rattling above your brow, reminding you with every clink that this honor is built on sameness, on resemblance, on the spiral itself. Still, you smile, because if you must be trapped in it, you might as well be queen. Your mother beams from the crowd, shouting that you look exactly like she did when she won, which is exactly like your aunt did when she won, which is exactly like your grandmother did when she won. The list continues until it becomes a chant, a litany of repetition. You bow slightly, because what else can you do? And the chant grows louder, the spoons shimmering in rhythm. Later, when the square quiets and the contests fade, you find yourself alone by the well, the tiara still heavy on your head. You remove it and study it in your hands. The spoons are scratched, their bowls uneven, but they shine faintly in the moonlight, as though carrying the ghost of every meal, every argument, every shared inheritance of this valley. It is absurd. It is ugly. It is yours. You slip it back on, adjusting it carefully. The spoons clink again, softer this time, almost kind. You imagine for a moment that you truly are royalty, not of kingdoms and castles, but of kitchens and bloodlines, crowned by coincidence, honored by inevitability. The thought makes you laugh, quiet and sharp, echoing against the stones. When you return to the square, the last of the fire smolders low. A goat wanders past and stares at you, unblinking, before lowering its head as if in acknowledgement. You nod back, tiara gleaming. For tonight, at least, you are sovereign of the spiral, and you wear it with grace. The road to the new town is longer than you expect, a winding track through mud and hedges that snag at your sleeves like they want to keep you from leaving. Your horse walks reluctantly, as if he knows that wherever you go, you will find the same stairs, the same whispers, the same spiral following behind you like a shadow. You tell yourself this time will be different, that the people in this place will not know you, that they will see only a traveler and not the branches of a family tree that loops back on itself like a snake swallowing its own tail. The town itself is unremarkable. Stone cottages lean into each other for support, smoke curls from crooked chimneys, and the air smells faintly of onions and damp wool. You step into the square, dust on your boots, shoulders squared, rehearsing the simple civility of an introduction. My name is... The moment you finish, silence falls. The villagers freeze mid-step, bread forgotten in hands, dogs quieting mid-bark, even the fountain trickling slower, as if straining to hear. Their eyes widen, then narrow, then widen again, as though they are uncertain whether to be horrified or impressed. A child gasps audibly, clutching his mother's skirt. The mother crosses herself 3 times and mutters something about curses. Your name echoes against the walls, bouncing back at you in tones you've never heard before. In this place, your name does not sound like family. It sounds like omen, like something grown too wild to be controlled, or like a weed that refuses to be pulled no matter how many hands tug at it. You laugh nervously, a sound that clangs louder than you intend. Just a name, you offer, raising your hands in a harmless gesture. But the villagers do not believe in harmless names. They whisper to each other, and you catch fragments. Stories of strange unions, of houses where doors locked, themselves, of children born with faces too familiar. You realize they already know something about you, or at least about what your name carries. A man with a beard that seems older than his face steps forward. He asks if you are truly of that blood, of that valley, of that spiral. You answer yes, because lying feels pointless here. He flinches as though struck. A woman spits into the dirt. Another makes the sign against evil. Your stomach twists, though you keep your smile fixed. Someone demands proof. They ask you to list your parents, your grandparents, their marriages, their crossings. You oblige, though halfway through even you stumble, the names tangling, the connections looping, until it becomes clear the family is less a tree and more a knot no one should attempt to untie. By the time you finish, the villagers are pale, shaken. The child begins to cry. You want to say it isn't so bad, that you live with it, that it's mostly soup and weddings and goats with opinions, but in their faces you see the reflection of something larger. The spiral not as tradition, but as curse, as legend that has traveled farther than you ever thought. The innkeeper refuses you a room. The baker won't sell you bread. Even the stray cat that had been circling your ankles darts away with its back arched. You stand there in the square, feeling the air turn colder, heavier, as if the town itself is closing its doors. For a moment, you wonder if this is what it means to be known. It's truly known by strangers. Not welcomed, not understood, but feared. You bow slightly, more out of habit than dignity, then turn back to your horse. The villagers watch you leave, whispering your name again, this time like a warning, a story to tell children about what happens when bloodlines fold too many times. On the road out, the hedges snag at you again, as if pulling you back where you belong. You stroke your horse's mane, whispering that at least he does not care what you are called. Behind you, the town exhales relief, as though you had been a storm cloud passing. Ahead of you, the valley waits, spiral coiling tight, ready to swallow you once more. Your name still echoes. The painting is hidden behind a moth-eaten curtain in the farthest corridor of the manor. A hallway no one bothers to walk anymore because it tilts slightly downward and the floorboards groan with the sound of accusations. You pull the curtain aside only because the draft has been bothering you, rattling the metal fixtures and blowing dust into your hair. You expect a window. You find her instead. The woman in the painting is you. Not sort of you, not nearly you, not enough like you to be passing. You. The tilt of her nose, the shape of her jaw, the unevenness in her left eyebrow that you've always blamed on childhood goat-related accidents. She wears a gown of dark velvet, her hair plaited with ribbons, her hands folded delicately on her lap, as though she never had to stir a pot or scrub a floor. The resemblance is so precise it makes your skin crawl. You lean closer. The paint has cracked in places, the varnish yellowed, but her smile shines through. A smile you've never worn, a smile you could not imagine wearing. It is calm, almost smug, like she knows something you don't, like she has already lived your life, already played it out, and she won. You glance at the bottom corner, squinting in the dim light. The date is there, written in faded ink. 143 years ago, your breath catches. For a moment, you try to laugh. Surely, you tell yourself, it is coincidence. Families look alike. Blood carries forward faces the way rivers carry stones. Perhaps this woman was a great-grandmother, or a cousin several times removed, or one of the countless marriages that doubled back like knots in rope. But the longer you stare, the less convinced you are. The curve of her lips, the sharpness in her eyes. This isn't just likeness. This is reflection. You reach out and touch the frame, fingers brushing the carved wood. It feels warm, warmer than it should. You snatch your hand back, heart thudding. The woman in the portrait doesn't flinch. Her smile doesn't falter. She stares at you, and you stare at her, and in that silence, you feel the weight of centuries pressing down on your shoulders. Behind you, The house sighs. Floorboards creak, though no one walks on them. Somewhere, a door slams shut without wind. You tell yourself it's nothing, just the manor settling, but when you look back, you swear her smile has grown wider. That night, you dream of her. She stands at the foot of your bed, tiara of spoons glinting, sweater of spirals wrapped around her shoulders. She doesn't speak, doesn't move, just watches you with that same smug curve of lips. When you wake, your skin is damp with sweat, and you swear you smell varnish and dust. In the morning, you go back to the corridor, determined to prove it false, to see only a faded relic of someone else's story. But when you arrive, the curtain has been pulled tightly shut, as though the house itself is keeping her from you. You hesitate, then yank it open. She's still there, still smiling. You study the date again. 143 years. The numbers seem to mock you. You whisper aloud that you are not her, that you will not become her, that the spiral does not control everything. Your words echo strangely, as if the walls don't believe you, as if she doesn't believe you. And then, in the stillness, the dust in the air shifts. A faint movement, a trick of the light, but enough to make your stomach clench. You swear her eyes have changed. They follow you now, wherever you move, clinging like shadows that know your name. You close the curtain and walk away, faster than necessary, refusing to look back. But you know she is still smiling, and you know one day, when someone else finds this portrait in 100 years or more, they will swear it looks like you. The nosebleed comes, without warning. One moment you are examining turnips, pretending to care about their firmness, and the next, your upper lip feels warm and slick. A few drops hit the cobblestones, bright against the dust, and the market slows around you. People stare as though you've performed a ritual, or worse, broken some unspoken rule about where your blood is allowed to go. The baker is the first to move. He bustles out from behind his stall, flour clinging to his arms like snow, holding a loaf as if it were a sacred offering. "Here," he says, thrusting it into your hands. "Bread for the blood." His eyes dart nervously toward your face, then to the stains on the ground, then back to the bread. You look down. The loaf has collapsed oddly in the oven, burnt around the edges, twisted in its center. Against all reason, it resembles your uncle. Not in a vague way, not in a playful, "Oh, that lump looks like a nose." It is his nose. Crooked from the time he fought a tree and lost. The bread's crust buckles into the shadow of his cheekbones, its darkened end curling like the mustache he insists makes him dignified. You take it anyway. The crowd exhales as though you've accepted more than a loaf. The baker nods solemnly, dusting his hands, muttering something about signs and omens. Your uncle himself isn't there. He's off mending a fence or arguing with a goat. But if he were, he would probably complain about being undercooked. You clutch the bread to your chest, blood dripping steadily down your chin, and feel the absurdity settle on your shoulders like a too heavy cloak. The market continues, though it has shifted. People glance at you with sidelong looks, as though you've stepped into some role you didn't audition for. The fishmonger crosses himself. A child whispers. She carries him now, as if the loaf were alive. You want to laugh, but your nose drips harder, and suddenly the bread feels less like food and more like inheritance. You sit by the well, pressing the loaf against your face in a makeshift attempt at stemming the flow. It works poorly. The crust scratches your skin, the burnt edges crumble into your mouth, and the smell of yeast mingles uncomfortably with iron. You chew without meaning to. The bread tastes of smoke and stubbornness, just like Uncle. For a brief, dizzy moment, you wonder if the bread is mocking you. If perhaps the entire town has decided to conspire with the oven, with your body, with the spiral itself. You picture the baker kneeling in front of the flames, whispering your family's names into the dough until the loaf rises into familiar shape. The thought unsettles you, because it feels too plausible. By afternoon, the bleeding stops. You carry the bread home, its face still staring faintly from the crust. At the dinner table, Your family insists you set it in the center, as though it were guest of honor. Aunt Mother claps her hands and declares it a blessing. Great Aunt Sheriff narrows her eyes and asks if the bread owes taxes. Someone cuts a slice. No one eats it. They only stare. Your uncle returns late, tired and smelling of hay. He sees the bread and pauses, confusion flickering across his face. He leans closer, squints, then laughs so hard he nearly chokes. "Handsome devil," he says, and slaps the loaf on its back as though greeting an old friend. The bread collapses under his hand, the crust shattering, his likeness broken into crumbs. Everyone laughs, too loudly, too long. The sound rattles the rafters. You force yourself to join in, though the taste of smoke still lingers on your tongue. When the table is cleared, no one throws the loaf away. The crumbs are swept carefully into a jar, sealed, and placed on the mantel, where other jars already sit, each filled with objects too strange to explain. You stare at them, then at the jar that now holds Uncle Bread, and wonder how many times this has happened before. You go to bed with a stuffed nose, an empty stomach, and the faint smell of burnt crust still clinging to your hands. In the dark, you dream of bread that watches you, and of ovens that know your face. The first time you see the Reeve, he is standing in the square, shouting at a man who owes more turnips than any one person should. His voice is loud but steady, his words heavy as iron, and the crowd listens even though half of them don't understand the debt he's listing. You pretend you aren't staring, though your eyes keep pulling back to him. His jaw is sharp, carved as though someone chiseled it from your family's most stubborn bones. His lazy eye drifts slightly left, following a path of its own choosing, and you know, deep down, uncomfortably, that both traits can be traced back to your own blood. It should disgust you. It should send you running back to the safety of your goats and your soup. Instead, when he tips his hat at the end of the speech, something inside you softens like butter left too close to the fire. You swoon, not enough to collapse, but enough that Cousine Brother Dragon has to grab your elbow and hiss that you're embarrassing the bloodline. You shake him off, cheeks burning, and tell yourself it was nothing more than dizziness, nothing more than the heat of the day. But later, when you replay the Reeve's stern voice in your head, you know better. The goat knows better too. Your goat. Because of course you have one. Everyone does. Follows you everywhere with a judgmental stare. Tonight, as you sit by the fire pretending to spin wool, its eyes bore into you, yellow and unyielding. You whisper, "It's only a crush." But the goat snorts loudly and stomps its hoof as if to say, "We've seen this before, and it never ends well." You throw a bit of hay at it. The goat does not blink. You begin inventing excuses to linger near the square. Perhaps you suddenly need flour, though you bought some yesterday. Perhaps the well water at home is too bland, and the village well surely offers superior flavor. Each time, you find the Reeve, always busy, always stern, but occasionally glancing your way. When his lazy eye lands on you, you feel as though fate itself has chosen you from the crowd. When his strong jaw clenches while counting fines, you imagine it resting against your shoulder. It is absurd. You know it is absurd. But absurdity is the air you breathe. Your family notices, of course. They always do. At supper, your mother hums a tune suspiciously close to the bard's one-note song, substituting words about Reeves and fines. Aunt Mother raises her eyebrows so high, they vanish into her headscarf. Great Aunt Sheriff threatens to write a citation for inappropriate swooning within village limits. The entire table laughs, except you, who sit red-faced and silent, stabbing at your stew as though it wronged you personally. Still, you cannot stop. You dream of him walking the crooked bridge without flinching, wearing your spiral knit sweater as though it were armor, singing the family's mocking song with pride. In your mind, he becomes the one person who could step into the spiral without being swallowed by it. You tell yourself this makes sense. You tell yourself it could work, but the goat never lets you believe fully. Every time you near him, the goat plants itself in your path, eyes rolling, bleeding, as though announcing your foolishness to the world. Once, when the reeve actually speaks to you, asking if your family intends to pay the overdue grain tax, the goat lets out such a mournful sound that the entire market turns to look. You mumble something unintelligible and flee, bread falling from your basket. The reeve watches, puzzled, then returns to his duties. That night, you scold the goat, accusing it of sabotage. The goat simply chews grass slowly, eyes gleaming in the firelight, as though it is less a farm animal and more a prophet who has seen too much. You finally give up and rest your head against its side. It is warm, steady, unyielding. You whisper, "It doesn't matter, does it?" The goat does not answer. The next morning, you see the reeve again, and when his lazy eye drifts toward you, your heart stumbles in your chest. You smile despite yourself, despite the goat, despite the spiral. He tips his hat, and you swoon all over again. The man is not from your valley. That is his greatest strength and his greatest flaw. He arrives with strange shoes and a straighter nose than anyone you've ever seen, claiming to be a trader, a wanderer, a man who has crossed more rivers than you can count. When he looks at you, he does not see daughter-sister, does not see spiral. He simply sees you, and for a moment, that feels like freedom. You fall for him quickly, like a goat tripping over a fence. He speaks of places where bloodlines do not fold back on themselves, where weddings require paperwork instead of whispered blessings and suspicious goats. He touches your hand in the square, openly, boldly, without checking first if you share a great-grandmother. You feel dizzy with possibility. When he proposes, you say yes before thinking. It feels reckless. It feels divine. The trouble begins with the guest list. You hand it to him the night before the ceremony, written carefully on parchment, every name looped and repeated until the page looks less like a list and more like a curse. He scans it, frowning slightly at the length, then stops. His eyes widen. He flips the page, then another. The names keep going. A litany of cousins, uncles, mothers, sisters, half-brothers, double aunts, and one person listed twice because no one can agree on whether she is dead. Halfway down the second page, his face drains of color. By the third, his knees buckle. He faints in your lap. You fan his face with the parchment, which does not help. Your family gathers around, peering over your shoulder, nodding gravely as though fainting is the only reasonable response. Aunt Mother declares that this is clearly a good omen. Great Aunt Sheriff insists the law requires you to carry him to the chapel if he can't walk himself. You sigh and hoist him up, dragging his limp body down the road like an unusually heavy sack of flour. At the chapel, the priest doesn't even pause. He has seen worse. He begins the vows as though nothing is amiss, droning in the same monotone he uses for births, funerals, and the occasional trial by chicken. You stand there with your betrothed slumped against you, his head lolling, while the villagers shuffle in and fill the pews, the sound of their murmurs rising like a storm. Halfway through the vows, he stirs. His eyes flutter open, confused, glassy. He mumbles something about needing air, about too many names, about how no one should share that many foreheads. You smile reassuringly and shush him, holding his hand firmly as the priest barrels onward. The villagers nod approvingly. It is tradition, after all, to marry someone while they're still half-conscious. He blinks up at you as the final words are spoken, eyes wide with dawning realization. You squeeze his hand before he can protest. The priest pronounces it done. The bells ring. The goat outside bleats exactly 3 times, which everyone takes as confirmation from the heavens. Afterward, he sits slumped at the feast, staring into a bowl of stew as though it holds all the answers he does not want. Your family surrounds him, clapping his back, recounting stories of weddings past, most of which involve cousins who look alarmingly like you. He smiles weakly, nods politely, and drinks more wine than is wise. You watch him carefully, wondering if he will stay, wondering if he can survive the spiral pressing in from all sides. When the night ends, you walk him home. He is silent, his jaw tight, but he does not let go of your hand. You count that as victory. The stars overhead blink down, unhelpful, like distant witnesses refusing to testify. You crawl into bed beside him, still wearing the wreath of wilted flowers from the ceremony. He stares at the ceiling for a long time before finally whispering, "So many names." You kiss his cheek softly, and you do not tell him there will be more next year. The woods are not meant for wandering, at least not for you. The trees lean too close, whispering names you almost recognize, the ground shifting as though roots themselves want to trip you. You only meant to gather firewood, a simple errand, but the path dissolved behind you like it had never existed. The deeper you walk, the more everything feels familiar and unfamiliar at once, as though the forest has grown from the same spiral as your bloodline. You stop when you hear footsteps that are not yours. Out from the shadows, she comes. She moves like someone you've known your whole life, except you've never seen her before. Her face is your face. Her walk is your walk. Her eyes are the same shade. Her brow the same stubborn curve. Even the scar above her lip, the one you got from the goat who disapproved of you at age 7, is mirrored perfectly. You stand frozen, heart hammering, the world suddenly smaller. You do not have a twin. "Soup?" she asks, her voice your own, only softer, as though she's been rehearsing politeness where you've rehearsed survival. She holds out a wooden bowl steaming faintly in the cool air. The smell is rich, warm, far better than anything your kitchen ever produced. You should scream. You should run. You should demand answers, accuse her of witchcraft, curse her in the name of saints and spirals. Instead, you take the soup. The wood is warm against your fingers. You sip cautiously, tasting turnips, herbs, something older beneath it all. It tastes like home. The two of you sit by a fallen log, sharing the silence between spoonfuls. She eats gracefully, small bites, as though she isn't really hungry. You gulp like you always do, dripping broth on your chin, embarrassed and comforted in equal measure. The forest hums around. Take you. Birds fall quiet. The wind holds its breath. The trees lean closer, eager witnesses. You ask nothing. She explains nothing. Her presence feels both impossible and inevitable. Perhaps the spiral doubled back one too many times. Perhaps the well's bubbling laughter spat her out. Perhaps she has always been waiting for you here among the trees. You try not to think about it too hard. Thought would unravel the moment, and you are not sure you want to see what lies underneath. When the bowls are empty, she wipes her mouth delicately, then stands. You follow, but she shakes her head. You should go back, she says, in your voice, with your mouth, with the certainty of someone who knows where back even is. You want to ask if she will come with you, if she belongs at your table, at your feasts, in your spiral. But the words never leave. They lodge in your throat like stones. She smiles, a small, knowing curve of lips, and steps backward into the trees. The forest swallows her whole. One blink, and she is gone. You stand for a long while, staring at the place where she vanished, the taste of soup still lingering on your tongue. The woods seem lighter now, the path clearer, as though the trees themselves have guided you back to where you belong. You walk without hesitation, and soon the manor rises before you, its crooked roofline more welcoming than you remembered. Inside, the family asks where you've been. You shrug. You say you found good firewood. You smile as though nothing happened, as though the forest gave you nothing more than splinters. No one presses further. They never do. Some secrets are already understood without speaking. That night, you lie awake, staring at the ceiling, half expecting her face to appear beside yours on the pillow. It doesn't. Only your own reflection in the dark window keeps you company. You never speak of it again. But sometimes, when you cook soup, the taste is better than it should be. And you don't know if it's because you remembered her recipe, or because she's still out there, waiting with another bowl. It begins with a subtle tilt. One morning, the candle on your table no longer stands straight but leans a little, dripping wax toward the same side again and again. You scold the candlestick for poor posture and wedge a pebble beneath it. But the next day, your chair tilts. The following, your bed. By the end of the week, everything inside the house angles toward one corner as though drawn by a magnet buried in the earth. The villagers notice before you admit it. They stand in the road, pointing, murmuring, nodding with grim satisfaction. Ancestors, one says knowingly, arms crossed as though the answer is obvious. They're pulling her down. Blood like that doesn't want to stay upright. You close the shutters, but the words seep in anyway, heavy as damp stone. You test the theory yourself. You kneel in the crooked corner, press your ear to the floorboards. You hear nothing at first, only the groaning of wood and the distant scratching of mice. But then, faintly, as though rising from miles below, you swear you hear voices, not clear words, not distinct syllables, just a hum of recognition, like distant cousins calling from beneath the soil. You sit back quickly, heart pounding, and tell yourself it was just wind. The lean worsens. You adapt. You nail your bed to the wall so you don't roll out in your sleep. You tie cups to hooks, let them dangle like bells, swinging faintly whenever you walk past. The table is propped at an angle that makes soup a dangerous sport, but you learn to tilt the spoon just so. Eventually, your body adjusts. You begin to stand with one hip higher than the other, shoulders uneven, eyes slightly slanted in the mirror. People whisper that you carry the lean inside you now, that the house has claimed your bones as part of its structure. You redecorate. At a 32-degree angle, rugs slide like wayward ships and portraits, hang with exaggerated smirks. You lean into it. Literally. You sew curtains that pool only on one side, paint flowers that bloom diagonally across the plaster, balance candlesticks at impossible angles just to prove you can. Guests stumble, spilling wine and muttering curses, but you glide across the floor as though gravity itself has bent in your favor. It feels right. Still, the villagers cannot leave it alone. They gather outside, muttering prayers, debating whether to burn sage or the whole house. Someone suggests calling the priest. Someone else reminds them the priest is still calling you daughter, sister, and no blessing strong enough could undo that. Instead, they plant stakes in the ground around your manor, muttering about keeping your ancestors contained. The stakes tilt within days. One evening, Great Aunt Sheriff visits, crossbows strapped across her back. She eyes the lean with suspicion, tilts her head to match it, and finally nods. "You'll want to watch that corner," she says gravely, pointing toward the one that sinks deepest. "That's where they'll crawl out first." She leaves without explaining further. You try not to stare at the corner too long, but your gaze drifts there anyway, again and again. At night, the dreams begin. You dream of staircases spiraling downward, of doorways leading not into rooms but into earth. You dream of hands reaching up, calloused and familiar, tugging gently at your ankles. You wake sweating, blankets bunched against the low side of the bed. The house groans around you, as though stretching, as though sighing in its sleep. You tell yourself you're not afraid. Fear would mean acknowledging what everyone already whispers. Instead, you embrace it. You practice walking diagonally, balancing pictures on slanted shelves, writing letters that trail downward across the page. Your handwriting becomes art, your gait a kind of dance. When strangers visit, they marvel at your grace. When family visits, they only nod knowingly, muttering that the spiral always tilts in the end. One afternoon, you catch your reflection in the warped glass of the window. Your body is bent, shoulders tilted, one eye lower than the other. For a moment, you don't recognize yourself. You look like the painting in the manor, the one dated 143 years ago. She smiled. You do not. The house groans again, louder this time, beams trembling overhead. Dust falls like ash onto your hair. You look toward the sinking corner, half expecting hands to burst through, soil spilling into the room. But nothing comes. Only silence. Only the faint tilt of the floor urging you closer. You smile wryly, pick up a chair, and set it at the new angle. It feels right. The doctor arrives on a cart pulled by a mule with more ribs than manners. He wears a dark coat too fine for the road, spectacles that pinch his nose, and a frown so permanent it could be carved in oak. The villagers gather in the square, whispering about his accent, his shoes, his ability to speak in sentences longer than 3 words. He claims to be from a university, which half the crowd thinks is a kind of monastery, and the other half assumes is a disease. You are dragged forward, because you are always dragged forward when the word bloodline is mentioned. He peers at you, as though you are a specimen preserved in vinegar, and after several long moments, he hums. It is not a kind hum. You must diversify the bloodline, he says finally, his voice heavy with the authority of someone who believes he has solved the world with a single sentence. You nod gravely. We've tried spices, you reply. He does not laugh. You do. Loudly. Too loudly. The kind of laugh that comes from nerves and pride, spilling from your mouth like an accident. The goat, standing beside you. Your goat, the one who has judged you since birth, lets out a sound that is unmistakably a cackle. The villagers shift uncomfortably. The doctor removes his spectacles, rubs them on his sleeve, and replaces them, as though hoping you will change shape when viewed again. But you do not. He begins muttering words like consanguinity and degeneration, scribbling on a parchment so fast the ink splatters his cuffs. You recognize none of it. To you, it looks like curses dressed up as handwriting. When he pauses, you lean in and tell him about the family crest, the goats, and the spoon, the spiral chart that caught fire before it was finished. He stares at you with something between pity and horror, then scratches even harder with his quill. The villagers start to argue. Old cousin father insists the family has survived just fine as it is. Thank you very much, pointing proudly to his 9 toes. Aunt Mother declares that no outsider will tell her who she can and cannot kiss beneath the maypole. A few nod, a few weep, and one faints dramatically into a cabbage cart. The goat chews on the corner of the doctor's notes, unimpressed. The doctor raises his voice, commanding silence. Do you not see the pattern? He demands. The same jaws, the same foreheads, the same names repeated like prayers gone stale. You must marry outside the circle, or the circle will consume itself. You tilt your head, squint at him, and say sweetly, the circle keeps us safe. The crowd erupts in cheers. The doctor pinches the bridge of his nose, muttering about ignorance, about inevitability, about how some people cannot be saved from themselves. He tells you to consider the future, to imagine children without the weight of the spiral pulling at their bones. You imagine children who don't already look like your uncle at birth, children who might blink evenly or walk without tilting. It sounds unsettling. That night, you sit by the fire, the goat curled at your feet, and think about what he said. You picture marrying someone beyond the valley, someone whose name doesn't echo in the chapel, someone who doesn't already share half your jawline. It feels strange, like imagining bread without crust, or soup without turnips. Possible, yes, but almost obscene. The goat laughs again, a low rumble that makes the fire crackle. You throw a stick at it, but the sound lingers anyway, bouncing around your head until it feels less like mockery and more like prophecy. In the morning, the doctor leaves. He does not look back. The villagers wave half-heartedly, relieved to see the mule's ribs disappearing into the distance. His notes scatter in the mud, chewed and trampled, words dissolving into nonsense. You pick up a scrap, smudged with ink, the phrase "break the circle" just barely visible. You fold it carefully and slip it into your pocket. Then you go back inside, where the walls lean, where the spoons shine, where the spiral hums beneath your feet. You laugh again, softly this time. The goat joins in. You never set out to write poetry. Words were always for priests and scholars, for people who wore robes that smelled of mildew and superiority. But one evening, while staring at your family gathered around the table, each face an echo of another, each laugh rising in a chorus of sameness, you felt a tug in your chest, a need to put the spiral into words. You dipped your quill, spread the parchment, and began. The poem wrote itself, lines spilled like wine at a feast, uneven and staining, rhymes tangled like cousins on a wedding bench. You titled it Ode to a Common Gene, half in jest, half in reverence, because what else has defined your life more than that stubborn strand looping through generations like a thread no one dares to cut? You showed it first to your mother. She blinked, chewed her bread slowly, and said, "It's accurate." Your father chuckled, though it was unclear if he'd read it or simply enjoyed the idea of your words being more useful than your knitting. Aunt Mother sniffed, declaring that poetry was frivolous unless it involved goats or bread. But then Cousine Brother slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "It's genius!" Everyone else clapped, perhaps because they agreed, or perhaps because clapping is easier than forming an opinion. The village demanded you read it aloud at the harvest festival. You stood on a makeshift stage, parchment trembling in your hand, heart racing faster than a rooster chased from a wedding. The crowd hushed, though some only because their mouths were full of pie. And then you read. You spoke of chins that repeated like a chant, of noses carried faithfully through centuries, of eyes that never strayed too far from the same shade of brown. You wove in the family dance of suspicion, the spiral that charted itself in fire, the goats who always knew more than anyone admitted. You ended with the line, "We are one, we are many, we are the same spoon passed down until it bends." The crowd erupted. They cheered, they stomped, they shouted your name as though you had defeated an enemy rather than described their very faces. Someone wept openly in the cabbages again. The bard who once mocked your bloodline muttered that he had never been so moved. Even the priest wiped his eyes, though later he blamed it on smoke. Then came the prize. They led you to the square, placed a wreath of turnip leaves on your head, and handed you a goat. Of course it was a goat. What else could it be? The creature blinked at you, unimpressed, chewing thoughtfully as though it already knew your poem by heart. The villagers applauded as though this were the pinnacle of culture, as though no greater honor could exist than livestock bestowed for rhyme. You led the goat home on a fraying rope, your family trailing behind in triumphant laughter. At supper, the goat was given your chair, and you sat on a stool watching as it gnawed thoughtfully on your poem. Aunt Mother declared this symbolic, though no one could agree of what. The goat bleated once, deep and resonant, and everyone toasted to the future of your bloodline. That night, lying in bed, you thought about the applause, about the faces lifted toward you, about the way for once your words had carried further than your name. You wondered if you had truly written something grand, or if everyone simply liked hearing themselves described in flowery terms. But then the goat, curled at the foot of your bed, let out a long sigh, as if approving, and you decided that was enough. The poem lived only in memory after that, eaten away page by page, turned into fodder and then into silence. But the title lingered in whispers, in jokes, in songs sung late at night. Ode to a Common Gene. The villagers repeated it as though repeating the spiral itself, as though your words had stitched into the fabric of the valley. The goat followed you everywhere, a living reminder of your prize. People called it your muse. You called it inevitability. Either way, when it bleated, you always listened. It comes loose one morning while you are chewing bread that has been left by the fire too long. You hear the faint crack before you feel it. a splintering inside your own mouth. You spit into your palm and stare down at the thing. A tooth, though not quite. It is larger than you expect, ridged strangely along the edge, and unmistakably shaped like the family crest. 3 goats and a spoon, pressed into enamel by forces you do not want to name. You sit frozen, staring, until your mother walks past, glances at your hand, and nods approvingly. Heritage, she says, as though this were inevitable. She continues on without pause, humming a hymn that sounds suspiciously like the bard's one-note mockery. You close your fingers over the tooth, hiding it from view, though you know everyone will see it in your face anyway. That evening, you slip into the garden, the moon overhead, fat and watchful. The soil is damp, soft beneath your nails, eager to accept what you offer. You press the tooth down into the earth, cover it carefully, and pat it smooth. It feels like a ritual, though no one ever taught you how. The goats watch from the fence, eyes glimmering, heads tilted as though they, too, understand what you have done. The next morning, a sprout pushes through, small at first, pale and trembling, but by midday it has stretched taller than your knee. By nightfall, leaves unfurl, broad, veined, curling into shapes too precise to be coincidence. The villagers gather, murmuring in awe and suspicion. Someone swears it smells like turnip soup. Another insists it hums faintly, a low tune matching the bloodline's endless refrain. You return each day, watching as it grows, twisting higher, branches splitting in ways that look eerily familiar. After a week, the resemblance is undeniable. The spiral itself, rendered in bark and leaves. Each branch loops back upon itself, curling toward the trunk, refusing to stretch outward. Blossoms appear, white and delicate, but when they fall, they leave behind small pods shaped like spoons. The villagers call it a miracle. The priest calls it a warning. Your family calls it Tuesday. You bring water daily, though you don't know if it needs it. You find yourself speaking to it softly, confessing secrets you would never say aloud. You tell it about the reeve, about the twin in the woods, about the doctor who spoke of bloodlines as though they were diseases. The spiral tree listens. It sways gently when you finish, leaves rustling in a language you almost understand. Then come the fruits, round, pale, with ridges carved deep into their sides. They hang from the branches like lanterns. You pluck one, heart racing, and bite. The taste is familiar in a way that makes your chest ache. Half turnip, half bread, half something older, as though the recipe was written in your marrow long before you were born. You chew slowly, forcing yourself to swallow. Later, your cousin eats one and claims it tasted exactly like your uncle's laughter. Another swears his fruit was sour, bitter, carrying the tang of great aunt, sheriff's judgment. Soon the villagers are fighting over who gets which fruit, whose heritage tastes sweetest, whose bloodline carries the least rot. The spiral tree grows taller, feeding them all, while its branches tighten ever inward, as though refusing to let go. One night, you dream of the tree walking, roots tearing from the ground, branches reaching for the manor. In the dream, it leans against the house, whispering through the windows, pressing blossoms into open mouths. You wake with soil beneath your fingernails, though you swear you never left your bed. By the second month, the tree produces more fruit than anyone can eat. The ground is littered with fallen pods, each rotting in a way that smells alarmingly like your grandfather's boots. Flies gather, buzzing the family song, wings droning in harmony. You keep watering the tree anyway, though you don't know if it's loyalty or fear. One morning, a new sprout appears beside it, small, pale, trembling, shaped like the family crest from the beginning. You stare at it for a long time, your empty gums aching. You say nothing. You only nod, as though this too feels inevitable. The painter arrives with brushes wrapped in cloth and a look in his eyes that says he has seen enough of the world to think he can capture it. The villagers swarm him at once, demanding likenesses of their goats, their turnips, their wives, their husbands, their wives again but thinner. He nods politely, taking coins and promises of soup, but when his gaze lands on you, he stops. His mouth opens slightly, like a man seeing a ghost, or 17 ghosts at once. You are chosen for a portrait. You did not ask, but no one refuses when someone says you should be painted. The spiral demands documentation, after all. You sit in the square, back straight, face tilted toward the light. He sets up his canvas, dips his brush into colors you do not have names for, and begins. His hand trembles slightly, as though he's painting against a blamant current only he can see. At first you think nothing of it. He squints, paints, squints again. He sweats more than seems proper for a man standing still. The villagers mutter that maybe he's weak of constitution, or maybe the air here is thicker than what outsiders are used to. But when he pulls the cloth off his first attempt, the murmurs stop. There you are. But not once, 17 times. Faces layered and overlapping, shoulders pressed together in impossible angles, eyes staring in every direction. Some smile faintly, some frown, some stare blankly as though already fading. Each one is undeniably you, each one carrying the same brow, the same crooked nose, the same tilt of chin passed down through generations. The painter stammers, apologizes, insists it is some trick of the light. He wipes sweat from his brow and tries again. You hold your pose, jaw aching, spine stiff. He paints quickly this time, furiously, as if determined to wrestle the truth into submission. But when he reveals the canvas, there they are again. 17 of you, staring back, filling the frame, until there's barely room for air. The villagers whisper now, louder, some crossing themselves, others nodding knowingly. That's the spiral, one mutters. Can't be painted straight. Someone else swears it's a sign, though of what? No one can agree. You stay silent, staring at the 17 pairs of eyes that are all yours, wondering which one looks most like the self you carry inside. The painter does not stop. He tries all day, canvas after canvas, 17 each time. His hands shake, his eyes wild, his shirt stained with sweat and pigment. By the 13th attempt, he looks less like an artist and more like a man haunted. It isn't possible, he mutters. It isn't possible to be so repeated. He laughs then, a high nervous sound, and dips his brush again. You want to leave, but your family urges you to stay. Let him finish, your mother says, as though there can ever be finishing with 17 of you. It's tradition, Aunt Mother adds, though you're not sure what tradition she means. Even the goat presses close, eyes gleaming, as though eager to see what comes next. By nightfall, the painter collapses, surrounded by portraits that all tell the same story. 17 ewes, over and over, enough to fill the chapel walls twice. His brush falls from his hand, bristles ragged, handle warped. He stares at you with something like fear, something like awe. You stand, bones aching, and step closer to the nearest canvas. You search the faces, each one familiar, each one a possibility. For a dizzying moment, you feel yourself split, pulled into 17 directions at once. Then you blink, and you are whole again. The villagers haul the painter away, promising soup, demanding refunds. The portraits are carried to your manor, stacked in the hall like mirrors that refuse to reflect. You pass them on your way to bed, each face following, each smile knowing. That night, you dream of standing in a line with 16 others, all of them you, all of them waiting for something you cannot name. You wake with paint on your hands. The first lesson begins in the courtyard, the sun glaring down as though it too disapproves of this arrangement. Your uncle stands before you, sword in hand, his grin wide and missing 2 teeth. He claims he once fought in a war, though no one has ever asked which war, and every time the story is told, The details shift like a fish on the hook. Still, he looks proud, as though passing on this art is less about survival and more about proving the bloodline is capable of something besides marrying itself. He hands you a practice blade. It is heavy, awkward, a lump of iron that refuses to sit comfortably in your grip. You adjust, shift your stance, try to look as though you belong in this posture. He laughs, loud and deep, claps you on the shoulder hard enough to stagger you, then shouts, "Swing!" You swing. Badly. The sword wobbles, drags, almost tumbles from your hand. He corrects your stance, pushing your feet this way and that, smacking your knees when they bend wrong. Soon, you are sweating, face red, arms trembling under the weapon's weight. He circles you like a hawk, barking orders, his voice echoing across the courtyard. Each command sounds less like instruction and more like accusation. Faster, lower, stronger. When the first bruise appears, it is on your wrist, a neat circle where his blade tapped too sharply. He grins at the mark, as though it is proof you're learning. The second comes on your shoulder, then your ribs, then your thigh, until your body becomes a map of his teachings, every line and blotch connecting into something far larger than pain. By the third day, the pattern begins to show. The bruises do not scatter randomly. They cluster, curling, shaping themselves into lines across your skin. Your uncle steps back, eyes narrowing, then chuckles. "Look," he says, pointing with the tip of his blade. You look down and see it, clear as ink. The spiral. The family tree itself, traced not in parchment or fire this time, but in purples and blues blooming across your flesh. You laugh nervously, though it hurts to laugh, ribs tight under their new artistry. He beams, declaring that this is destiny, that the bloodline itself has claimed your training. He tells you the tree always wins in the end, whether on paper, in soil, or beneath the skin. You do not argue. The sword is too heavy, and his grin too wide. Villagers gather to watch. They whisper, point, murmur that you have been chosen by lineage itself. Some suggest framing you in the chapel. Others argue the bruises will fade before winter, and that perhaps the spiral wants only to remind you, not immortalize you. You say nothing, too tired to join the debate, too sore to move without wincing. At night, you peel off your tunic and stare at yourself in the warped mirror. The bruises connect in looping arcs, crisscrossing in familiar ways. You trace them with your finger, each touch a dull ache, each mark a story you never asked to carry. You remember the family chart that caught fire, the trees sprouting from your tooth, the painter who could not stop seeing you multiplied. It all comes together here, written across your body. You wonder if the bruises will disappear. You wonder if they should. The next morning, your uncle insists on sparring again. You lift the blade, slower this time, arms already weary. He attacks without hesitation, forcing you back step by step. You parry, stumble, strike, miss. Another bruise blooms on your hip, another on your collarbone. He laughs and calls you a natural. You grit your teeth and nod. When the session ends, he claps you on the back, pride radiating like sunlight. "You've got it in you," he says. "The blood doesn't lie." You look at your arms, at the blossoms of pain tracing their endless pattern. The blood doesn't lie, neither do the bruises. And as you limp back inside, wrapped in bandages that only partly hide the spiral, you know the tree has won again. You decide one morning that you will stop speaking. Words have caused you nothing but trouble. Songs mocking your bloodline, vows tying you to cousins, priests renaming you without asking permission. Silence, you think, will be power. Silence will be dignity. Silence will be yours. The first 6 minutes are glorious. You rise without a word, ignoring your family's endless chatter at breakfast. Aunt Mother remarks on your posture. Cousine Brother asks why you're chewing louder than usual. Great Aunt Sheriff narrows her eyes, demands to know what crime you're plotting. You answer none of them. You sip your broth with saintly calm, nodding at the goat as though to say, "Yes, this is how we break the cycle." Quietly. But gossip in your household is stronger than steel, and silence is merely a spark to tinder. By the 7th minute, the room hums with speculation. They whisper into their bread crusts, pretending you cannot hear. Maybe you've taken a vow. Maybe you've seen a vision. Maybe you're hiding a scandal so large the walls themselves will crack from holding it in. By the 8th minute, the whispers turn to accusations. Cousine's sister insists you must be pregnant. Uncle shouts that you're possessed. Someone throws salt at your feet. You breathe slowly, stare at the soup, and let the storm rise. By the 10th minute, the entire household is leaning in, voices louder, eyes sharper, as though silence itself has become a weapon aimed at their nerves. The gossip spills out of them in frantic streams. You are running away. You are marrying the Reeve. You are hoarding turnips in the cellar. You are plotting to poison the goat. The goat stomps its hoof indignantly, which only convinces them further. You hold on as long as you can. You fold laundry in silence, pinning socks to the line while whispers cling to the air like damp fabric. The socks tremble, not from wind, but from tension so thick it rattles the clothespins. Every movement you make is dissected, reinterpreted. When you hum to yourself, they gasp as though you've confessed. When you smile faintly, they decide it is proof of guilt. At 12 minutes, they accuse you of hiding treasure. At 14, they accuse you of being the treasure. By 16, you are apparently the villain in every story ever told in the valley. By 17, you break. Your voice cracks out of you, ragged and desperate. "I was just trying to be quiet." The silence that follows is heavier than the one you tried to create. For a moment, everyone stares, stunned, as though your confession has confirmed something monumental. Then the room erupts. "See!" Aunt Mother shouts. "She admits it." "Admits what?" you demand. But it is too late. They've already decided. The gossip swells beyond your reach, twisting like vines, multiplying like cousins at a wedding feast. Now you are the reason the manor leans. You are why the priest stutters. You are why the bread burns, why the goats laugh, why the village can't keep its well water clear. Your silence has birthed a monster, and your words have only fed it. By evening, you sit outside with the laundry still trembling on the line, socks drooping like exhausted flags. The gossip hums inside the house, unstoppable, each voice adding another layer to the spiral of accusation. You rest your head against the pole, close your eyes, and exhale. The goat wanders over, nibbles at a sock, and bleats once. You whisper to it, quietly, "Never again." And the goat, chewing thoughtfully, seems to agree. The first time you see Thomas, it feels like divine intervention. He arrives at the market, carrying a basket of apples so red they look painted, his hair wind-tossed, his jawline suspiciously symmetrical. He smiles at you. Really smiles, not the cautious half-grins your cousins give when they're trying to decide whether they've already danced with you at last year's wedding. No, Thomas smiles like he's never seen you before, which is impossible, but you allow yourself to believe. You ask his name. He says, "Thomas." Simple, solid. No middle names that loop back into themselves, no hyphens linking two sides of the same family wreath. Just Thomas. Your heart stumbles in your chest. The air shifts. Somewhere, a goat sneezes approvingly. By sunset, you've decided. Marriage. Immediately. The villagers gasp when you announce it, but not out of surprise. They gasp because you've beaten the odds. You've found someone outside the spiral, someone whose forehead does not echo your uncle's, someone whose nose is not already in the family crest. They murmur that you're clever, blessed, lucky beyond reason. They murmur that perhaps the bloodline will finally thin, like soup stretched with water. The wedding is rushed, the feast cobbled together with turnips, stale bread, and one goose that refuses to roast properly. None of it matters. You wear flowers in your hair and grin like a fool, holding Thomas's hand tightly as if he might vanish if you let go. The vows are spoken quickly, the priest stumbling only once over your title of daughter-sister, but correcting himself before anyone can laugh. For one day, you are free, but the spiral never leaves quietly. It begins at the feast, when an elderly aunt tilts her head at Thomas, squinting. "Doesn't he look like Cousin Elder Merrick?" she says. Everyone turns. The room stills. They nod. The resemblance is undeniable. The jawline, the slope of the nose, even the way he chews his bread too loudly. You wave it off, insist it's coincidence, but already the whispers spread like ivy. 2 days later, another cousin visits and points out that Thomas's great-grandmother once married your grandfather's second cousin, twice removed. The room fills with gasps and sighs, as though the spiral has merely been biding its time. You clutch your head, insisting it doesn't count, insisting you've escaped. But then Thomas's mother sends a letter, congratulating you both, and casually mentions how nice it is that the two families have finally reunited after so many generations. The letter includes a family chart. It spirals. Thomas is related, twice, on both sides. You sit in silence that evening, staring at him across the crooked table. He looks back sheepishly, holding the chart in his hands, shrugging as though to say, "Well, it was worth a try." You want to scream, but the sound lodges in your chest. Instead, you laugh. It is wild, sharp, echoing off the tilted beams of the manor. Thomas laughs too, softer, nervous, but real. Soon the two of you are doubled over, clutching each other, wheezing at the inevitability. Peace comes strangely quickly. You realize that marriage was never about breaking free. It was about leaning into the spiral with someone who will laugh with you when the walls tilt, who will hold your hand when the tree sprouts from your tooth, who will accept that goats sometimes understand more than people. Thomas, related twice, feels as inevitable as the bruises your uncle left on your ribs, as the soup your twin offered in the woods, as the tiara of spoons perched on your head. The villagers nod approvingly. Balance restored, they say. The spiral tightened, they whisper. Your mother gifts you soup. The goat bleats once, as though amused. You and Thomas share a bed that tilts, a name that folds in on itself, and a future already written in the blood you thought you'd escaped. And strangely enough, you make peace with it. The feast begins the way all your family's gatherings begin, with far too many chairs, not enough plates, and someone loudly arguing about which ancestor invented turnips. The in-laws arrive first, faces shining with the polite optimism of people who have not yet learned how quickly hope rots in this household. You welcome them with a smile that feels painted on, ushering them to the long table groaning under the weight of root vegetables. Nothing else. Just carrots, parsnips, beets, and turnips piled like mountains of edible dirt. You explain its tradition. They nod, too gracious to question why a family so obsessed with itself has never discovered chickens or cheese. Someone mutters that potatoes haven't even arrived in Europe yet. So you are stuck with what the earth grudgingly pushes up, and everyone agrees this is fate. The in-laws clap politely, and you catch Thomas giving you a look that says, "This is your circus now." The soup arrives last. You carry the pot with ceremony, steam curling like omens. It's thick, lumpy, an earthy sludge with ambitions of being edible. The ladle creaks under its weight. You pour it into bowls, and the smell is complicated. It smells like turnips, yes, but also like secrets left too long in the cellar. Someone whispers, it smells like Aunt Mother's visions, and everyone suddenly eats more slowly. The first spoonful bites back. It is not metaphor. The soup snaps like it has teeth, tugging at tongues, clinging to molars. Cousin's sister yelps when hers nips her lip. An in-law laughs nervously, assuming it's a joke, until their spoon quivers in the bowl like it might leap out and chase them across the hall. You try to pretend this is normal, that all good broth should fight back a little, But the in-laws are not fooled. One of them coughs politely, asks if the soup has spices. You assure them no, absolutely not. Spices are for outsiders and sinners. Another in-law pushes a carrot around their plate, pretending to eat. You stare them down until they take a bite. Their jaw tightens, their eyes water, but they smile through it like a soldier at war. Meanwhile, your family is thriving. Uncle Cousin Hark drinks his soup straight from the bowl, slamming it down with a satisfied grunt as if it hasn't just tried to chew him. Aunt Sister Joan requests seconds, claiming it tastes just like her mother's, which is troubling because her mother is also your grandmother, and no one can recall her ever cooking. The goat wanders in halfway through and is immediately given a seat. It dips its head in the soup and pulls back, unimpressed. The conversation swells, as it always does. Gossip bubbles louder than the broth, spilling into the corners of the hall. Your silence experiment is long forgotten. Now you can't even hear yourself think over the clamor of accusations, prophecies, and compliments about your symmetrical ears. The in-laws grow pale, glancing toward the door as though calculating escape routes. You keep smiling, though the smile feels carved into your cheeks now, like the grooves in the family crest. One in-law finally dares to ask what else will be served. Dessert, perhaps. Cheese, maybe. You explain dessert is not customary because joy is not customary. Regret, however, is always available. You ladle it generously into their bowls, watching their faces tighten as they pretend to enjoy the taste of disappointment boiled into turnip water. By the end of the night, the in-laws are glassy-eyed, their hands limp on the table, their spirits crushed under the weight of too much root and too much rumor. Your family beams, clapping each other on the back, praising the soup as if it were a prize fighter. Someone sings a song about the glory of parsnips. Someone else challenges the goat to an eating contest. You stand at the head of the table, watching it unfold, and it occurs to you that the soup may not have been alive when you cooked it, but it is alive now. It hums softly in its bowls, a rhythm that feels older than the manor walls. The in-laws will never forget this night, neither will you. And as the last ladle is emptied, you realize the feast has succeeded. Not because anyone was satisfied, but because no one will ever stop talking about it. You first notice it while washing your face in the basin, the water cloudy with soap, and the faint shadow of ancestors who apparently never left. Your reflection stares back at you as it always does, chin too sharp, hair too familiar, eyes carrying the weight of an entire family tree twisted into a knot. But then the mouth moves before you do. It says hello. You blink, hard, and try again, splashing water as if the force of rinsing could drown whatever mischief has begun. The reflection waits patiently, unimpressed by your attempt at disbelief. You tell yourself you are tired, that maybe the gossip, the soup, the goats, the endless spiral of weddings and cousins has finally melted your mind like butter left too close to the fire. Then the reflection smirks and says, "You're not wrong." The voice is yours, but not quite. It carries a clarity you don't remember having, like someone polished your thoughts before sending them back at you. You lean closer. The reflection leans back, mirroring but not imitating, as if it enjoys the game more than you do. At first, the conversation is civil. It compliments your eyebrows. You thank it for the observation. It mentions the odd angle of your house and suggests redecorating. You bristle, defending your slanted curtains and tilted chairs as if they were beloved children. Then it brings up the reeve, and your face heats in a way water cannot cool. The reflection laughs. Your laugh, doubled, echoing off the basin like it knows too much. You argue. Of course you argue. You cannot let a piece of yourself win, not when winning has always been such a fragile currency in your family. You tell the reflection it is vain, too sharp, too willing to smirk when smirking solves nothing. It replies that you are dramatic, fond of playing martyr when really you enjoy the chaos as much as anyone else. The words cut deeper than they should because you know they are true, and truth always stings when it comes with your own face attached. The quarrel escalates. You accuse the reflection of being nothing more than water, light, and madness. It counters by listing your worst habits, one by one, in order of entertainment value. You throw a cloth over the basin to silence it, but the muffled voice seeps through the fabric, laughing. You pace the room, muttering curses, while the reflection waits calmly, confident you will return. And you do. When you uncover the basin, it smiles knowingly. You always come back, it says. You hate the way your stomach knots at the sound, hate that the reflection has claimed victory without lifting a hand. You grit your teeth, determined to prove otherwise, but the words falter. The reflection raises an eyebrow. The same eyebrow you raise when you think you're clever. It is both infuriating and familiar, which makes it worse. Eventually, you fall into rhythm with it. The arguments blur into conversations. The sharp edges soften. You share secrets with it, not because you want to, but because it already knows them. You confess that sometimes the family tree feels like a noose. It nods. You whisper that the goat is the only one who understands you. It agrees. You admit that you are tired of soup that bites back. It smiles and says, "Finally." There are moments you think the reflection may be kinder than you are. Other moments, crueler. It is difficult to tell where you end and it begins, which of you is winning or losing, or whether that even matters anymore. You stand there long into the night, your basin of cloudy water between you, the candles guttering low, the house creaking around you like it too is listening. When dawn comes, your reflection looks exhausted. You do too, but it nods as if some agreement has been reached, even if the terms are unclear. You nod back, unsure whether you've surrendered or triumphed. Either way, it's still you. The baby arrives with cheeks so round they could be mistaken for apples, except for the twin dimples that dig into them like punctuation marks. Everyone gasps when they see her, not out of wonder, but out of recognition. Her eyes dart around the room with unsettling calm, already cataloging who is related to whom, which is everyone. Someone whispers that she has your grandmother's eyes. Another insists the curve of her ears is exactly like your great-uncle's, which is not the compliment it sounds like. And then Aunt Mother squints, leans in close, and declares with absolute certainty that the baby carries the soul of your goat. No one laughs. At first, you dismiss it as family theatrics, another superstition thrown onto the heap of inherited oddities. But the baby does not cry. She does not fuss. She stares, always at the fire, as though it speaks to her in a language older than smoke. When you carry her near the hearth, she settles into silence, her dimples deepening as if she hears a joke no one else can. You rock her, hum to her, dangle wooden toys above her crib, but nothing captures her attention, like flames consuming wood. The relatives grow restless. They start to watch her the way they would watch a storm cloud, not yet sure if it will break or pass. They comment on her dimples with forced cheer, trying to avoid mentioning the way she stares into the fire until her tiny fists curl like kindling. Cousine Sister Joan swears she saw the logs shift in rhythm with the baby's breathing. Uncle Cousin Hark crosses himself and mutters that no good ever came from eyes that never blink. At night, you dream of her standing by the fireplace, grown taller than you, the dimples gone, replaced by a knowing smile. You wake to find her swaddled beside you, still and wide-eyed, gazing at the flickering embers as if she has been waiting for them. The shadows ripple across her face, and for one brief moment, you could swear her dimples are not dimples at all, but hollows burned into her cheeks. The priest visits, summoned by family whispers that travel faster than illness. He peers at the baby, then at the fire, then back at the baby. He opens his mouth as if to offer a blessing, but the baby burbles softly, and his words catch in his throat. He leaves without performing the ritual, muttering about misplaced souls and how some things are better left unnamed. Your family does not protest. They've grown accustomed to silence when silence feels safer. You try to raise her like any child. You sing lullabies, brush her wisps of hair, and hold her close against your chest. But every time you pull her away from the hearth, she squirms, twisting her small body with unnatural strength, dimples flashing as though amused by your effort. When you finally relent and let her sit before the flames, she grows still again, content, eyes reflecting the fire until it looks as though she is lit from within. The goat does not help matters. It follows her everywhere, bleeding low, never leaving her side. At times you think it nods approvingly when she stares at the fire, as though it knows something you do not. Aunt Mother seizes upon this as evidence. She says the goat has returned through the child, carrying memories of grass and smoke and things that don't belong in the mouths of babies. You want to dismiss her, but when the baby turns her head and looks directly at you, eyes steady, unblinking, you almost believe it. The villagers begin to whisper too. They say the baby carries omens. They say her dimples mark her as chosen, or cursed, or both. You catch them glancing at her during market days, eyes darting nervously toward the fire pits as though expecting her to command them to flare. You hold her tighter, smile too wide, and assure them she is ordinary. But no one believes you. One evening, while the family sits at supper, she giggles for the first time. Everyone freezes. The fire crackles louder in the hearth, sparks leaping as though celebrating with her. The laughter is light, sweet, almost normal, but it stretches into silence too quickly. When it stops, the flames dim, settling back into their steady burn. Everyone looks at you, waiting for an explanation you cannot give. You lay her in her crib that night and watch her eyes flicker with the glow from the hearth across the room. You whisper a prayer you barely remember, hoping she does not understand it. She stares back, dimples deep, gaze unwavering. The fire hisses, and for one terrible heartbeat, you think you hear it whisper her name. And she smiles. The haunting begins quietly, the way most curses do in your family, with socks. One day they are on the line, swaying obediently in the wind, and the next, they are gone. At first you suspect the goat, or Cousine Sister Joan with her strange fondness for collecting foot coverings, but then you find one sock folded neatly on your pillow, another in the cupboard beside the flower, a third balanced on the mantel as if displayed for judgment. You do not scream, you sigh, because you know what this means. The ancestors have returned, not content with controlling your bloodline from beneath the earth, but now determined to rearrange your laundry from beyond it. They make themselves known in other ways. The fire crackles louder when you slouch, spitting sparks until you straighten your back. The mirror fogs whenever you attempt to ignore your responsibilities, words faintly scribbled in the mist. Stand taller. Sometimes you hear a tutting sound at night, like your grandmother scolding you for chewing too loudly at dinner, except you are alone and your mouth is empty. The worst is the voice. It does not speak in full sentences, only comments drifting in at the edges of your thoughts. When you spill soup on your dress, clumsy. When you linger too long staring at the Reeves' jaw, indiscreet. When you try to hum a tune of your own making, off-key. You argue back, muttering that no one living cares about your posture or your manners. But the ghosts are immune to reason. They continue, relentless, correcting you with the weight of centuries pressing against your spine. At night you dream of long tables where your ancestors sit, each one draped in your missing socks like trophies. They clink goblets and toast to your mistakes, each one remembered in detail, retold as comedy. You wake sweating, only to find another sock missing, another note etched into the condensation of your basin. Try harder. The family pretends not to notice. They have their own hauntings, after all. Uncle Cousin Hark mutters apologies in his sleep, pursued by a great-grandfather who insists he waters the fields wrong. Aunt Mother sees her late husband's shadow every time she burns bread. No one speaks of it openly, because acknowledging the dead makes them bolder. But you can feel the sidelong glances when you yawn in the morning, pale and hollow-eyed, your socks mismatched. They know. You attempt to appease the ghosts. You stand taller, shoulders back, head high, until your neck aches. You fold your laundry carefully, whispering thanks for every sock that remains. You even try to compliment the fire, telling it how warm and loyal it is, but it spits anyway, unimpressed. Still, the hauntings continue, perhaps even intensify. You begin to wonder if the ancestors are not after perfection, but entertainment. The ghost that favors your room seems particularly invested in mockery. One evening, as you bend to retrieve a spoon you dropped, the candlelight flares, and you hear a hissed whisper, unladylike. Another night, as you reach for bread, the loaf tips off the table by itself, landing squarely in your lap. The goat bleats at you in sympathy, but you know the truth. It is your great-aunt Mildred, back again, never having forgiven you for slouching during last year's harvest prayers. You start speaking aloud, which is dangerous, but silence has grown heavier than words. You tell the ghost you are tired of being haunted, tired of the constant corrections. You point out that your posture, though imperfect, has carried you through feasts and funerals alike. You remind them you are alive, and they are not. The silence that follows is thick, almost respectful. For a moment, you think you have won. Then the window creaks open on its own, a chill sweeping through the room, and the socks vanish once more. You sit in bed, shivering, watching the shadows stretch along the wall. The air hums faintly, like laughter caught in the rafters. You cannot tell if you have been punished or applauded. You curl your knees to your chest, chin resting carefully so as not to hunch, and whisper to yourself that you are stronger than this. The fire sputters in response, as though your ancestors disagree. The haunting is not violent. It is worse than that. It is petty, persistent, and intimate. You know it will never leave you, and as you pull your blanket tighter, you realize that what they want most is what they always wanted, for you to sit up straight. The judge arrives on a horse too polished for this valley, his cloak heavy with dust from other villages, where the laws are probably clearer. He dismounts with theatrical disgust, declaring loudly that your family is guilty of genetic nonsense. The phrase itself rattles down the street like a curse, and the villagers scatter, unwilling to be caught in the blast radius of your bloodline's reputation. You stand in the doorway of the manor, spoon still in hand, soup still steaming, and try not to laugh. You invite him to dinner. It feels like the safest option. In your family, dinner solves everything or makes it worse, and either way, it's better than being shouted at in public. He accepts with a reluctant sniff, as if stepping inside your house is an act of mercy rather than curiosity. His wig is crooked, his boots too clean, and his eyes dart quickly to the goat, who lingers at the threshold as if measuring him. You serve soup. Of course you do. He frowns at it but eats anyway, grimacing each time it nips his tongue. Conversation begins stiff, all rules and proclamations. He lectures about bloodlines and how villages collapse when cousins marry cousins who marry cousins again. Your family listens with practiced politeness, nodding as though these are new ideas. Halfway through, Aunt Sister Joan interrupts to ask if he'd like more bread. He accepts. By the third slice, his tone softens. By the fifth, he laughs at Uncle Cousin Hark's joke about 3 goats walking into a tavern, by dessert, which is root vegetable pie, whether he likes it or not. He leans back in his chair, cheeks flushed, posture undone. He stays. That night he claims it is for observation, to ensure the trial is fair. But within a week, he is wandering the halls barefoot, his wig discarded, his voice booming merrily, as though he has always belonged. He praises the tilt of your house, compliments the ancestral creaks in the staircase, and begins offering unsolicited legal opinions on which cousin should marry which. You find yourself strangely fond of his chaos. He is an outsider, yes, but he is also swept up in the spiral like the rest of you. It does not take long for him to marry your cousin. The ceremony is brief, chaotic, officiated by the priest who accidentally calls her daughter-sister. No one blinks. The judge beams like a man who has conquered law itself. The cousin beams too, at least until the gossip shifts, whispering that he has been seen speaking too warmly to you. You ignore it, for a time. Then he marries you. The vows are recycled from last week, the bread recycled too. This time he smiles at you differently, as though the trial has concluded and you are the verdict. You stand there, hand in his, not quite sure if you have won something or lost. The villagers clap politely. The goat chews grass and turns away. For a brief, ridiculous moment, you almost imagine stability. The judge-turned-husband-turned-housemate walks through the crooked halls with confidence, corrects your posture less than the ghosts do, and even manages to laugh at the soup without spitting it out. He speaks of traveling together, of showing you places where family trees are actual trees, not spirals or wreaths. You listen, half wanting to believe. Then one morning, he is gone, his boots missing from beside the hearth, his cloak absent from its peg, his chair at the table empty except for one folded sock. No note, no explanation, just silence that feels heavier than the law. You wait 3 days before anyone asks where he is. You shrug, the way you shrug when someone asks why the stairs groan or why the portraits all look like you. No one is surprised. They never are. Cousine Sister Joan mutters that men like him never stay, not when they meet the soup more than twice. Aunt Mother says the goat saw it coming. The goat bleats, as if confirming. Life folds back into itself quickly. The gossip shifts, the soup simmers, the family tree thickens. The trial is never mentioned again. But sometimes, late at night, you hear a faint echo of his laugh in the hall, like a verdict still waiting to be read. And you can't decide whether you won or lost. The first time the wind calls your name, you are hanging laundry, socks clinging stubbornly to the line, as if they too know the family won't let them go. It is faint at first, like a sigh slipping through the valley, but clear enough to make you freeze with a damp sheet in your hands. You hear it again, your name, stretched thin, carried on the air like a question no one asked but everyone feels. You turn your head. The goat turns its head. The sheet flaps in agreement. You convince yourself it is nothing more than the air tugging at your imagination. But then you hear it again the next morning, drifting through the manor halls where drafts always linger. This time it is not just your name. It is your mother's as well, woven in, indistinguishable from your own. The two of you sit at the hearth, bowls of soup steaming between you, and both look up at once when the sound comes. Neither speaks of it. The fire snaps louder, covering the silence. It becomes impossible to ignore once your daughter hears it too. She is playing near the crooked stairs when her small face tilts sharply, eyes wide, dimples deepening with some secret only she can see. You call her name, and she whispers back, "The wind already did." You try to laugh, but your voice cracks, and the sound lingers in the air like it belongs to someone else. Soon the wind knows all of you. It circles the manor at night, calling softly, names layered upon names, your lineage echoing in the branches of trees that never stop leaning toward the earth. You try shutting the shutters, but they rattle open on their own, as though eager to listen. You stuff rags in the cracks, but the whispers seep through anyway, curling around your ears no matter where you stand. The family pretends not to notice. Pretending is easier, but you catch them turning their heads too quickly, shoulders stiff, lips pressed thin. Uncle Cousin Hark mutters prayers under his breath, as if the air itself is demanding answers he cannot give. Aunt Mother insists the wind is simply restless, like all things that have lived too long near your bloodline. She tells you to ignore it, then pauses mid-sentence when the breeze slides in and calls her name as well. She does not finish her thought. You begin to wonder if the wind is confused. Perhaps it does not know where one of you ends and another begins, tangled as you are in shared blood and overlapping names. Perhaps it does not care. You think of the family tree, how the scholars abandoned it and called it a spiral, how the villagers set it on fire. Maybe the wind is only trying to find its way through that spiral, and every path leads to the same faces, the same names. One night, unable to sleep, you step outside. The moon hangs low, casting long shadows across the slanted house, and the air is sharp with the smell of damp earth. The wind rises suddenly, rushing through the grass, and for a moment it sounds like laughter. Then the names come, louder than before, yours and your mother's and your daughter's, tangled together until they are indistinguishable. You stand there, hair whipping around your face, and you whisper back, not loudly, not with courage, but enough that the wind pauses, just enough that it listens. For a heartbeat, everything is still. Then the breeze shifts, carrying your words away, scattering them through the valley where gossip usually lives. You almost expect the trees to repeat them, or the goat to nod in approval, but nothing happens. The silence is heavier than the whispers ever were. When you return inside, your mother is awake by the fire, staring into the flames with the same expression your daughter wears when she listens too intently. Neither asks where you were. Neither needs to. The next morning, the wind is quieter, not silent, never silent, but softer, as though satisfied with your acknowledgement. It no longer calls quite as often, but when it does, all three of you still turn your heads at once. None of you answers, and somehow, that feels like the answer it wanted. The idea begins innocently enough. A game night, something to break the monotony of soup, gossip, and endless comparisons of whose ears most resemble whose. You imagine laughter, a little wine, perhaps even cheer untainted by the usual talk of lineage. But of course, in your family, all roads lead back to the same subject. Someone suggests a guessing game, and before you can stop it, the rules are written. Identify the cousin. You spread the cards across the table. Names, faces, crude sketches, all copied from family portraits that already look identical. Aunt Mother cackles, saying this will be fun, and the goat is appointed referee, because no one else is considered impartial. It stands by the fire, chewing with judgment in its eyes, tail flicking like a pendulum of doom. The first round begins. A card is drawn. The player squints at the sketch. A sharp chin, heavy brow, nose slightly off-center. They guess cousine brother Alan. The room explodes in arguments. Half insist it's Alan. Others swear it's Uncle Cousin Hark, who had that exact brow before it drooped. The goat bleats once, and silence falls. Its verdict is Alan. Everyone accepts this, though no one looks convinced. The rounds continue, chaos blooming louder each turn. The faces blur together, each card revealing another relative who looks almost exactly like the last. Laughter sharpens into shouting. Cousine Sister Joan accuses Uncle's daughter's son of rigging the cards. He counters by declaring she doesn't even know her own face, which is cruel but not inaccurate. At one point, the goat disqualifies a round entirely, knocking the card off the table with its hoof. It bleats twice, and everyone groans, but the ruling is final. You sip wine, watching the madness spiral, the table shaking with the force, into arguments over which cousin kissed whom in the hayloft 30 years ago. The goat chews calmly, referee and executioner in one. By the fifth round, the game has lost its pretense. The guesses are no longer about the sketches, but about each other. "You're my cousin," someone declares, pointing across the table. "You're my cousin," comes the retort, followed by three more voices shouting the same at once. The goat bleats again, but no one listens. The game has consumed itself, turned into something primal, a family-wide recognition ritual that everyone pretends is still fun. Your mother stands and announces proudly that she is everyone's cousin, which earns applause. Your daughter raises her hand and claims she's the cousin of the goat. The goat does not deny it. You laugh too loudly, because what else can you do when surrounded by faces that could all? You do not expect your dreams to be curated, But lately, they arrive with introductions, as though someone behind the veil of sleep is proudly presenting tonight's program. The voice is smooth, vaguely familiar, and always begins the same. This vision is brought to you by the family curse and a slight cheese allergy. Then the curtains of sleep part, and you are shoved into a theater of absurdities that feel both invented and inherited. You dream of weddings where every guest is you in different outfits, all clapping politely as you kiss the groom who is also your cousin and possibly your uncle, depending on which side of the tent you stand. You dream of goats speaking Latin, their hooves clapping chalk onto blackboards while they lecture on genealogy. You dream of oatcakes stacked to the ceiling, their buttery edges taunting you, your stomach tightening in both hunger and revolt. You know the allergy is real, because even in the dream, your throat scratches, though not enough to stop you from reaching for another bite. The curse ensures no dream is simply odd. They are layered, sticky, and heavy, with meaning you cannot untangle. A faceless ancestor appears, pointing at you with disapproval, then melts into a wheel of cheese that begins to chase you through the crooked halls of your home. You run, but the floor tilts, and suddenly you are climbing up the family tree, its branches made of bones, its leaves shaped like spoons. The cheese rolls after you, relentless, its rind whispering your name in voices that overlap like all your relatives gossiping at once. You wake in the middle of the night, heart pounding, mouth dry, craving oatcakes with an intensity that feels criminal. The craving is not yours. It belongs to the dream, to the curse, to whatever ancestor decided cheese and doom should be bound together. Still, you sneak to the kitchen, tiptoeing past the goat who watches knowingly. You chew quietly in the dark, eyes watering from the itch in your throat, each bite more delicious than the last. The craving subsides only when your stomach twists in complaint, the kind of pain that feels eerily like satisfaction. The next night, the dreams return with a vengeance. You are seated at a banquet table stretching to infinity, every dish made of dairy. Butter sculptures collapse into rivers of cream, milk floods the floor, and the oatcakes tower higher than the chandeliers. Across from you sits your great aunt, licking her fingers and declaring this the finest feast she never attended. You reach for the oatcakes again, ignoring the warning painted across the sky in flaming letters. This will not end well. You wake once more, lips dry, tongue coated in phantom crumbs, and realize your body has betrayed you again by craving the very thing that makes you ill. The curse is efficient like that. It does not punish you with thunder or plagues, but with endless temptation and the knowledge that you will always succumb. In the daylight, you confess to no one. The family already suspects too much. They see the redness around your eyes, the way you cough softly after breakfast, and they nod as though they know which ancestor sponsored your suffering. You keep silent, chewing carefully, pretending the craving is gone. But the goat lingers nearby, staring with those dark, reflective eyes, and you feel certain it has seen your midnight feasts. Perhaps it too dreams of oatcakes. Perhaps it too is cursed. One evening you dare to ask your mother if she ever dreams with sponsors. She sets down her spoon, eyes narrowing, and says only, "Everyone does." Then she returns to her soup, leaving you with more questions than answers. Later that night, when the wind slips through the shutters, you hear faint laughter, the kind that sounds like your own. The dreams will not stop. You know this now. They are stitched into you as tightly as the family crest on the tapestry, impossible to remove without unraveling everything. You will continue to run from cheese wheels, climb bone trees, and wake with oatcake crumbs in your mind. You will continue to crave what harms you, because that is the curse's design. Affection tangled with sickness, love tangled with lineage, desire tangled with doom. And each morning, as you blink into the dim light, you whisper the same words to yourself, though no one is there to hear. This vision was brought to you by the family curse and a slight cheese allergy. Then you rise, still craving. The spell begins, as all bad ideas do, with boredom and a goat watching. You find the dusty book tucked behind the family crest, its pages stiff and smelling of mildew and onions, and decide that if destiny insists on circling you like a vulture, perhaps you should at least learn how to shoo it with a little magic. You light a candle, mutter the words that look like sneezes written in ink, and wait for something impressive. Sparks, thunder, at the very least a dramatic breeze. Instead, the goat sneezes, the candle flickers, and your skin tingles like someone else's hand is brushing against it. When you look up, the mirror does not lie. It shows your aunt. Not a resemblance, not a passing shadow. Your actual Aunt Sister Mildred, right down to the uneven mole on her chin and the disapproving arch of her eyebrows. You lean closer, horrified, and she leans closer too. It isn't her, of course. It's you, unmistakably you, trapped in a face that has spent decades perfecting the art of disappointment. The mirror shrugs. You sigh. At first you try denial. You insist this is a trick of light, a cousin's prank, a reflection warped by the crooked angle of the manor walls. But when you call out your own name, the voice that answers is hers. Nasal, sharp, and vibrating with endless commentary about other people's choices. You slam your hand over your mouth, but the sound lingers in the air like an unwanted hymn. You go to your mother for help, but she does not look shocked. She peers at you once, nods, and says, "It was bound to happen eventually." Your cousins giggle behind their hands, already composing songs about your new chin. The goat does not laugh, but you suspect it would if it could. Everywhere you go, people call you Mildred. They ask for advice you do not have. They remind you of debts you never owed, and they gossip with you about neighbors you've never met. At first you try to correct them, to insist that you are yourself, but the words come out in Aunt Mildred's cadence, dripping with judgment, and suddenly you are gossiping, quite fluently, about who's growing turnips too close to the chapel wall. By the time you notice, it is too late. You are living her life, wearing her frown, clapping her hands in church with that same sharp rhythm that makes babies cry. You attempt reversal. You read the spell backward, set the candle upside down, sprinkle salt in patterns that resemble spirals but look suspiciously like goat tracks. Nothing works. The mirror only shrugs again, and when you ask it what you are meant to do, it fogs briefly and writes, "Embrace it." You hate the mirror almost as much as the curse itself. Nights are the worst. You dream her memories, her arguments, her small victories when she caught someone slouching or eating too many oatcakes at supper. You wake with her voice echoing in your head, telling you to fix your posture, and when you sit up straighter in the dark, you realize she has already won. The villagers treat you with new wariness. They bow slightly when you pass, not out of respect but out of survival. Aunt Mildred was feared more than she was loved, and now that fear clings to you like smoke. Children hide behind their mothers' skirts when you approach. Men nod quickly and avoid eye contact. Even the priest shortens his blessings when you step into the chapel, as if eager to escape your gaze. You should feel powerful. Instead, you feel trapped, corseted in someone else's skin. The house groans louder under your steps, as though protesting this new arrangement. The goat has stopped following you, clearly unimpressed by the transformation. And worst of all, the mirror no longer shows you at all. Only Mildred, standing where you stand, sighing where you sigh. One evening, you sit before the fire, chin in hand, wondering if you have been erased. The flames dance and whisper, calling names that overlap until you no longer know which is yours. You whisper back, softly, hoping the fire remembers. For a moment, the reflection in the hearth flickers, showing your face again, but it vanishes as quickly as it came. You are Aunt Mildred, not metaphorically, entirely. And when you sigh, the sigh sounds like hers, filling the room like smoke that refuses to clear. You tell yourself baking is safe, that flour and sugar have no interest in family scandals or whispered curses. You tie on the apron, roll up your sleeves, and declare, loudly, that this cake will rise higher than your ancestors' hopes and sturdier than their marriages. The goat watches from the doorway, unimpressed, chewing, something that might once have been part of the recipe. You ignore it. This is about triumph, not audience. The ingredients assemble like an army on the table, eggs lined up in their fragile shells, butter softening in the heat of the room, flour piled like a pale mountain waiting to avalanche. You measure with care, though care in your family is always a flexible concept. A spoonful too much here, a pinch too little there. Tradition insists that precise measurements are for outsiders, and you have inherited the chaos of approximation. You stir clockwise because counterclockwise is unlucky, though no one remembers why. Perhaps an ancestor once did it the other way and met an unfortunate end involving cows. The batter is thick, the color of golden promises, and when you pour it into the pan, you feel certain that destiny is finally on your side. You place it in the oven, shut the door, and wait. While it bakes, you imagine the applause. Cousins clapping, aunts nodding, uncles demanding slices while pretending to be critical. You imagine being remembered for something other than a nose that looks exactly like 7 others. When the smell drifts through the house, it is intoxicating. Sweetness fills the air, mingling with the faint scent of damp timber and ancestral sighs. You peek inside. It's rising, puffing up with confidence, nearly majestic. You allow yourself a smile, small and private, as though the cake itself might sense pride and punish you for it. Then the collapse begins. It starts as a subtle tremor, the slightest dip in the center, and you hold your breath, whispering encouragement. But the dip deepens. The surface wrinkles, folding inward like a face that has just heard bad news. The edges cling stubbornly to the pan, but the middle gives up entirely, caving like a mine shaft. You cannot stop it. The cake sags, sighs, and settles into itself as though it has suddenly remembered its bloodline. When you pull it out, it looks less like dessert and more like a metaphor. A hollow in the middle, a crumbling structure around the edges, sweetness still clinging but visibly flawed. You stare at it, spatula in hand, and feel the echo of family history pressing down. Your tree never branched properly either. It looped back, twisted inward, leaned on itself until it could no longer hold. You set the cake on the table and laugh because of course it would end up this way. Still, you cut a slice. The knife slides clean, the crumb moist, the taste rich. You put it in your mouth, and for all its broken shape, it is good. It is very good. The kind of good that makes you close your eyes and forget, briefly, that your uncles once married their cousins and no one ever straightened out which branch belonged where. The kind of good that makes collapse seem irrelevant. Your family gathers, drawn by the smell, pretending they aren't just here for free food. They survey the cake, tilting their heads as though examining a relative's scandal. Someone mutters, "It fell," and another says, "Just like great-grandfather's second marriage." Laughter ripples, sharp and knowing, but they take slices anyway. They eat, they hum approval, they go back for seconds. Even Aunt Sister Mildred, whose standards have ruined entire dinners, chews thoughtfully and does not complain. It still tastes like victory. The goat licks crumbs from the floor and bleats as if to confirm the verdict. You sit back, crumbs on your lips, and feel a quiet swell of pride. The cake did not hold its shape, but neither has your family, and both endure anyway. Sweetness persists. Even collapse has flavor. You bake again tomorrow. You know it will fall, and you will eat it anyway. You sit down to write your life, quill in hand, parchment unrolled like destiny itself, waiting to be scrawled upon. The inkpot trembles on the edge of the table, perhaps sensing what's about to happen. You think memoir and imagine something grand, tales of ancestry, endless halls of candlelight, confessions that would leave generations gasping. Instead, what comes out is shouting. The first word is enormous, scratched in letters so large they take up half the page. Why? After that, there is no turning back. You scribble in frantic bursts, each stroke of the quill an explosion. The words lean sideways, run together, climb over each other like drunken cousins at a family gathering. The page is filled with declarations that don't explain anything but feel important. Too many uncles. Stop with the goats. Bread should not look like relatives. Each sentence rises like thunder, collapses into ink blots, then drags another thought with it. You don't pause to refine. You don't pause at all. By the time the ink dries, the parchment is more bruised than prose. Your fingers ache, and the quill is bent. But there is triumph in the chaos. You read it back, and though there are no complete sentences, there is energy, the kind of force that makes windows rattle and dogs bark in the distance. It may not be eloquent, but it is true. When you bring it to the publisher, you try to look dignified. The woman takes the page with delicate hands, expecting a volume, expecting chapters, expecting at least a paragraph that isn't written entirely in capital letters. She scans it once, twice, her lips twitching. She makes a sound that begins as laughter and turns into weeping. She dabs at her eyes with the corner of her sleeve and shakes her head as if to clear smoke. Then she places the page on her desk like it's a relic pulled from a battlefield. This, she says hoarsely, is either madness or genius. You don't answer. You stand there, waiting, because either option suits you. The page speaks for itself. The publisher presses her palms against the desk, stares at the ceiling, and then sighs. We'll print it. Her voice is resigned, but her eyes shine with a strange fire. When it's released, the village doesn't know what to do. Some claim it's satire, others insist it's prophecy, and one old man reads it aloud at the tavern like scripture. The goats outside bray in chorus whenever the line "Stop with the goats" is mentioned, which makes the crowd burst into nervous laughter. Children copy it onto walls, carving the words into bark, muttering them as though they hold some spell. Suddenly, you're an author. A celebrated one. People point at you in the market, whispering, "That's the one who wrote the yelling." Your relatives argue over who inspired which section, some proud, others offended, though everyone secretly copies the phrases and repeats them at inappropriate times. The family crest is temporarily updated to include a quill stabbing a piece of parchment while flames lick the edges. The publisher sends you copies bound in leather, which feels far too elegant for what is essentially a screaming fit. You hold one, turn it over in your hands, and laugh. The weight of it is absurd. To immortalize shouting is to make nonsense permanent, and yet here it is, stamped and sold, your fury given dignity by paper and binding. At night, you hear the words in your sleep, echoing back at you, louder and louder, like they're not yours anymore but belong to the whole village, the entire valley, maybe even history itself. It should unnerve you, but it doesn't. You wrote truth, and truth rarely whispers. The page was enough. The noise was enough. And somehow, that's all anyone wanted. You drag the family tree out into the yard, all 6 scrolls of it stitched together with panic and ink stains. The parchment stretches across the grass like a dragon skin, curling at the edges where damp air has tried to reclaim it. You've decided it's too much. Too many names looping back into themselves, too many cousins appearing twice, too many arrows that start at one uncle and end at the same uncle with an awkward note that just says, "Again." You tell yourself this fire is mercy. You tell yourself this fire is closure. You tell yourself this fire is long overdue. The villagers gather, naturally. They smell spectacle like hounds, and nothing thrills them more than someone declaring war on genealogy. They whisper and point as you strike flint against steel. Sparks fall, and the tree hesitates, almost mocking you. You coax the flame, blow gently, mutter threats. At last, the parchment catches, edges curling inward like they've been waiting for release. The fire rises fast, Orange tongues lick the branches inked in careful lines, devouring the loops and spirals. Names blur, letters shrivel, ink turns to shadow. For a moment, you feel triumphant. You imagine the past crumbling into ash, the weight of repetition burned away, the air finally clean. You raise your chin, arms crossed, basking in the heat and the symbolism. Then the smoke begins to shape itself. At first it seems random, a swirl rising from the center, curling toward the sky. But the pattern sharpens. Curves connect, strokes thicken, until the smoke spells out letters. Letters you know. Your name hangs above the flames, enormous and undeniable, written in air by hands you cannot see. The villagers gasp. One woman drops her basket of turnips. Someone mutters a prayer. The goat sneezes. You freeze, staring at your own name hanging overhead like judgment or coronation. It curls in wisps, bold at first, then trailing like ribbon into the dark. You want to deny it, to laugh it off, but the fire crackles in agreement, sparks shooting upward as though applauding the display. The smoke wavers, but does not break. For a moment you wonder if this is curse or blessing, perhaps both. Perhaps the line between them burned away along with Cousin John III's name. You stand straighter, nod once, and decide to treat it as a compliment. Better your name in the sky than on another tangled scroll gathering mildew in the manor. Better fire than ink. The villagers begin muttering theories, each more ridiculous than the last. It's a sign. She's chosen. She's doomed. They argue until the smoke disperses and the flames collapse into embers. When silence finally falls, all eyes turn to you, waiting for a speech, a confession, maybe even a miracle. You shrug and say, "It liked me best," which seems to satisfy them, though one man crosses himself twice before hurrying home. When you're alone, you rake through the ashes. The parchment is gone, but some fragments remain, curled black scraps with only a few legible words. Union, goat, again. You leave them where they lie. The smoke has already written the new version of the story, one that doesn't need parchment. That night, as you lie in bed, the smell of smoke lingers in your hair. You close your eyes, and for a moment you see your name burning again in the air, brilliant and fleeting. Instead of fear, you feel a strange warmth. The tree may fall, but the fire remembers, and in some way, that is enough. You sit by the well at dusk, the kind of dusk that swallows shadows and makes even stone seem tired. The air smells faintly of wet moss and someone's forgotten stew drifting from a nearby cottage. You look down into the black mouth of the well, the water glinting faintly far below, and you wonder. The wondering feels heavier than the stone rim beneath your hands, heavier even than the history that clings to you like a second skin. You ask yourself if any of it meant anything. The weddings where you played 3 roles at once, the endless family dinners where no one could explain the seating without a diagram, the dreams that bled into reality until you no longer trusted either. You try to imagine meaning, but it squirms away like an eel. The water does not answer, but the well has always listened. You whisper into it anyway. Words fall into the darkness, swallowed whole, their echoes faint and uncertain. Perhaps the well knows more than you. Perhaps it remembers every whispered confession, every secret, every coin tossed in with desperate hope. Perhaps it knows your grandmother's voice and your child's laugh, and can weave them together into a story you've never been able to tell yourself. You wait for an answer, but the silence only grows heavier. Still, the silence is not empty. It carries the faintest hum, not quite a voice, not quite wind, but something older. You imagine it saying, yes, it all meant something, just not what you thought. Maybe not love, not glory, not destiny. Maybe it was just persistence, the stubborn act of existing despite collapsing family trees, collapsing houses, collapsing cakes. Maybe the meaning is simply that you were there, that you laughed when you shouldn't, that you cried when it was inconvenient, that you danced the suspicious pointing dance twice at weddings and once at a funeral. You think of the faces, in one, so many faces. Some blur, but others remain sharp, carved into your memory as if they too had been etched by fire. The boy with your nose and your heart, the stranger who smelled like the sea, the ant with crossbows, the goat with judgment in its eyes. They pass before you like constellations, scattered but stubborn, their light faint yet undeniable. Each one left a mark, whether you asked for it or not. Perhaps that is meaning. Not a single shining truth, but a clutter of footprints across muddy ground. The well gurgles suddenly, as though laughing at you. You blink, lean closer, almost expecting to see something rise from the depths. But it is only water, only the reflection of your own face, flickering in and out of shape with the ripples. You do not look like yourself anymore, or maybe you look more like yourself than you ever have. You tilt your head, smile faintly, and the water mirrors it with a distortion that feels truer than glass. Night creeps closer, dragging chill air with it. Stars prick the sky, indifferent and ancient, older than your bloodline, older than your goat, older than every whispered family curse. You pull your shawl tighter and keep staring into the well until the water becomes a pool of darkness swallowing the stars. You wonder if someday someone will sit here and wonder the same question, leaning against the same stone rim, breathing the same damp air, and if the well will answer them differently. You almost hope it doesn't. You finally stand, brushing dirt from your skirt, and glance once more at the well. The stones seem to hold your words, your thoughts, your doubts, tucked between cracks like ivy. You whisper goodbye, not to the well, not to the past, not even to yourself, just goodbye, to everything at once. The word drops like a stone, and the well swallows it too. You walk away, leaving the question behind. The well keeps its secrets, and you keep walking. And maybe that is meaning enough. You are remembered, not with banners hung across the square, not with statues carved in marble or songs that carry across valleys, but in smaller ways, stranger ways. The kind that linger in kitchens, in gossip, in the smell of bread that is slightly burnt, just like Uncle always was. They say your name, and it wobbles with too many vowels, then echoes like it always does, catching on the roof beams of their mouths until it multiplies. Your name is not just yours. It never was. But somehow, when it falls now, people nod. They mean you. They remember you not as a warning or a punchline, though both would have been easy. They could have said, "Do not be like her," and wagged their fingers at children leaning too close to cousins. They could have said, "She once danced at funerals," and laughed. They could have let you dissolve into rumor like so many others. But they don't. Instead, they remember you as you, which is complicated because you were never just one person. You were bride and flower girl, niece and aunt, daughter and sister, cousin, and almost stranger, all roles layered and folded like a pie, too thick to bake evenly. When they tell your stories, they get details wrong. They say the well spoke your name in smoke, when really it was the tree you tried to burn. They claim you wrote a poem that toppled kings, though it only won a goat. They insist you once argued with your own reflection until dawn, and while technically true, they forget that the reflection sometimes won. You let them say these things, even now, because memory has always been more theater than truth. If they need drama to hold you, let them have it. Your descendants, yes, there are many. And no, you don't bother with the math of how to keep the habits you left them. They point suspiciously at each other and dance, still, even though the bishop banned it. They bake cakes that collapse but serve them proudly, because collapse runs in the family. They dream dreams scented with goat and cheese, and wake up half convinced they are you. They're not wrong. In some ways, they are. What surprises you most is the tenderness. You expected to be remembered as chaos, as noise, as the one who always tangled things tighter. Instead, there is softness in how they speak. They say you laughed loudest, even when the joke was on you. They say you carried others, literally and otherwise, when they fainted at altars or fell off leaning staircases. They say you made soup that could silence gossip for half an hour, which in your village was a miracle. And when the children ask who you were, no one flinches. They smile. They tell them she was herself, and somehow that answer works, even if herself was 3 people and a goat at once. You are not flattened into a moral, not pinned to a wall as an example. You are simply there, messy and whole, loved not despite the tangles but because of them. The wind sometimes carries your name still, as it did before, but now it is gentler, less curse, and more lullaby. When doors creak at night, when cakes fall, when cousins fall for each other despite stern warnings, they think of you and laugh. And in that laughter you remain, sharper than portraits, warmer than fire. You are remembered, not in stone, not in sermons, not in smoke, but in living voices, in bread, in bruises that bloom like family trees, in children pointing at each other suspiciously across crowded rooms. You are remembered as yourself, which is to say, as many, and that, finally, is enough.